Alright, so check this out. I died last night, but I'm still here. This actually happened last week. It just took me some time to come to terms with it. I got a phone call from my next door neighbor late in the evening asking if I can help him move a mattress into his upstairs. His mom is ill and has a big heavy sleep number bed. I of course ran over to help because they're great neighbors. I get over there and his friend, who's also a priest, was there to help. I helped them figure out how to separate the mattress from the bed so that we could fit it upstairs. We get it all moved up and back in place when my neighbor asks if I can help them move an armoire upstairs too. I think nothing of it, and we pull it out of his travel trailer and we start bringing it up the front stairs of his house. This is where I died. The front stairs are 11 steps. I was on the lower end of the armoire, about 6 steps up, when my neighbor and his friend lose a handle on the armoire and it comes crashing down on me, and I fall backwards towards the pavement. I then wake up in my dining room to my phone ringing and my wife asking me if I'm going to answer the phone. I answer the phone, and it's my neighbor asking me if I can help him move a bed upstairs for his mom. I go over there and meet his priest friend again, as if this is the first time I've met him. I say I can help with the bed, but I can't help with the armoire. My neighbor was like, "How'd you know about the armoire?" I then proceeded to tell them that I'm pretty sure I just died. I spent the next hour talking with the priest. He had so many questions. My neighbor didn't believe it until I described the upstairs bedroom in perfect detail down to the metal mattress frame on the floor and the intricate headboard leaning against the wall, and I had never been upstairs in their house before. The priest asked me what I saw after I died. I told him that I never actually experienced the death, but before it happened, I had woken up at my dining room table. We lost about 4 hours of time in 30 seconds. I'm not sure if this is considered a glitch, a time slip, or just some delusion, but this is something that happened to me and my family that we can't explain. Summer of 2011. In the car was me, 19 at the time, my sister, my dad, and my stepmom, and we were on our way to a campsite. We had other family joining us. My uncle and Nan, both arriving separately, called us saying that they were setting off, asked if we needed anything from the shops, and then to let us know their estimated arrival time. We were over halfway there, and they would be arriving about 3 hours after us. We carried on driving, switched radio stations, and went through a tunnel, and when we came out, the phone was ringing. It was my Nan asking where we were, kind of relieved that she got a hold of us. My Nan and uncle had already arrived at the campsite, and my dad said, "Oh, you're already there. Save us a pitch then." And my Nan responded, "Where have you been, if you're still even on your way?" The conversation didn't make sense, and my dad got frustrated and said, "What do you mean, where have we been? You just spoke to us." My Nan told us, "We've been calling you because we couldn't get a hold of you." My stepmom pointed to the time on the radio, and about 4 hours had passed. 4 hours passed in 30 seconds. My dad ended the call with my Nan, and for a moment, we were all silent. My sister said, "What's going on?" And my dad said the time must have changed when we changed the radio station, and our family was just playing some dumb joke. Our phones showed that time had passed. Again, silence. We arrived to the campsite, briefly spoke about it with the family, and just ignored it. We've spoke about it maybe 2 or 3 times since then, and my dad is either convinced that we went through, I don't know, some sort of time vortex, he calls it, or that we got abducted, or we were jokingly drugged by our stepmom. My stepmom says that we must have got the times wrong, or at worst, had some sort of shared delusion or amnesia. Either way, we don't know what happened, and maybe never will. Everyone, except my very logical husband, believed that my glasses were all blue, but now they're black and blue. In 2018, I bought all blue framed glasses from Walmart. I loved the color blue. I had blue Vans, a blue purse, as much blue as I could get, including these new glasses. Then a couple years ago, I had a baby, and I started to think that my blue glasses were kind of childish, so naturally I just stopped taking selfies in them, but I still wore them every day and everywhere that I went. 2 days ago, I was driving home. I looked in my rearview mirror and I was shocked. My glasses are now black on the front, but the sides were still blue. Of course, I was like, oh, what the frosted flakes? Did my husband prank me on April 1st, but I just never noticed? I texted my husband asking what color my glasses are, and he texted back, they're blue and black. And he also confirmed that he was not pranking me. I text my mom. She says, they're blue. Why? And I explained, and she said, that's so funny. I thought they were all blue, and I've always thought that you bought the kids' ones. I text my mother-in-law, and she says they're blue. Why? And I tell her no, they're actually black. I text my BFF since middle school, and they replied, I remember when you left those glasses at my apartment around 2017 or 2018, and I know they're blue. We were with each other nearly every day for 2 years at one point. They were definitely blue. My little sister also said that my old ones were all blue, but my new ones were black and blue. But I don't know, I never bought new ones. It's always been blue. All of us, except for my husband, have been looking through pictures to find my blue glasses, but they're all black and blue. I thought that maybe they just turned black over time, but there's absolutely no photos of my all blue glasses. The past pictures that I see of myself on Instagram, Facebook, and even in my phone are all with me wearing black and blue glasses. I've seen these pictures so many times before. I know they were all blue. Everyone agrees, even my sister-in-law that I met 2 years ago. I feel crazy, but I know I'm not crazy. I just need to hear other people talk about this, and I want to know if anyone's experienced anything similar. I'm not sure what happened. I posted this in the Parallel Universe subreddit as well because I want answers and to not feel crazy. Also, thinking about it, the inside of the glasses are also blue, so I think the fact that people say old glasses blue, new glasses black and blue makes my thinking even more valid, because these could be seen as all blue with a glance, but people noticed the change and they say that they're different glasses. Hope that makes sense. I'm obviously not able to convince myself and everyone around me that they've always been black and blue, but hey, it is what it is. I have another pair of glasses that I never wore because I was so used to wearing my blue ones, and they look nothing alike, by the way. So I think I'm just going to wear those from now on. Maybe at least until this glitch settles. For now, I'll just focus on the fact that my daughter's last day of school is tomorrow, and I have to find a way to keep a toddler and a kid happy/entertained at the same time for 3 months. Thanks for not making me feel insane, and for being so chill. Saw a man walking twice, miles apart, within approximately 5 minutes. I've been on this sub for years, and I don't usually read much that's posted, but something just happened to me, and I'm at a loss. It happened about 30 minutes ago. I left to go pick up my child from school. I have my 2 toddlers with me, so I planned on stopping by Sonic for drinks and snacks. On the way, I saw a very distinct-looking man carrying a black trash bag over his left shoulder. He was walking along the highway headed east. I pass him, I pull into Sonic and place my order, and they bring the order out rather quickly. I'd say it was there for maybe 4 or 5 minutes. I hand the food to my kids and we get back on the road. I hit the main highway again, and about 2 miles, traveling west, I see the same man with his bag over the left shoulder walking east. But he's about 2 miles back from the initial spot that I saw him in. I've been running through scenarios in my mind, and I don't know, I can't make much sense of it. Say he got a ride in that short time that I was stopped. Why would he be let out miles back from where he was, only to walk east again? There's no way he traveled back that quickly. He didn't seem out of breath or stressed, just, walking rather relaxed, carrying that big bag. I hope this is making as much sense as it can. Does anyone have any thoughts, or have you experienced similar? I can't believe this is where I'm turning to answers, but I can't think of an explanation. I called my husband immediately after, and he joked that it was a glitch in the Matrix, and it's freaky that this is the answer that makes the most sense. I don't know. I feel like I'm losing my mind. "30 minutes missing." Okay, I believe you. We are definitely in a matrix. I live in a small town in Belgium, and something very strange happened to my partner and me. It all started on Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. We had to go to a party for her birthday and to celebrate her new job at a restaurant with her parents. As usual in Belgium, it was raining. Raining all the way there, and it continued to rain once we arrived. We went to Namer, which is about an hour away, and we arrived at the restaurant with her parents, and everything went very well. I realized that I had parked my car poorly and moved it before starting the main course, and it was still raining outside. I went back inside, finished the meal, and everything was still great. At the end of the evening, everyone said goodbye and we were all happy. We headed back home in the rain. We were talking, and I asked her to stop talking because I needed to concentrate so I wouldn't miss the upcoming exit off the highway in about 50 meters. It was raining so hard that I thought it was becoming dangerous. Suddenly, I blinked, and it felt like we were no longer in the same place. I looked at the signs and I realized that we were near Mons, 30 minutes past my intended exit. And even stranger, it wasn't raining anymore, and there wasn't even a single drop of water on the road. I was puzzled, and I said I must have missed the exit, but driving 30 minutes further seemed extra strange. She told me that all she remembered was that it was raining. She stopped talking when I asked her to, and then nothing. It was as if we'd been amnesiac for 30 minutes. I turned around on the road in Mons to head back in the direction we came from. The cars were all dry, and there was no rain on the ground again. I drove home, got out of the car, and I looked at it. The car was so dry that I saw what looked like dry dust on the windows and my car overall. My partner and I never understood what happened. I had vaguely heard of this glitch theory in the past, but now I really feel like I just experienced it. I messaged with this person directly, and they told me that their name was Nathan and their partner's name is Amandine. Nathan asked Amandine directly how she felt again objectively about a day after this passed, and Amandine told Nathan that she hadn't slept the whole day. She was very focused on the road because she was so afraid of having an accident, and the last thing she remembers is a truck was dangerously close to the car, and then nothing. As if the event had just never happened. The next moment, they were no longer in the same place. That's Amandine's retelling of her side of the story. Country roads did not take me home. Okay, I believe I may have posted this a few years ago, shortly after it happened. I'm writing again because I was recently on a call with my mother, and without prompting, she brought it up. The story is about 5 years old now, give or take, for a few months. For a while, I thought maybe I had dreamt it or something, but my mom corroborated my story. I was 18 at the time, and it was my first Thanksgiving that I wasn't in school. My mom and I were taking our usual 7-hour trip up north, but on holidays this is more like 9 hours, to our family in New Jersey for the holiday. We used to live up there, and since moving down south, we made, and still make, the trip up north about 4 or 5 times a year. Needless to say, we are abundantly familiar with the interstate, and we're very familiar with the entire route, to be honest. The way we always go is by taking Route 64 to 295 before getting on the interstate, the beautiful I-95. It sucks. It's always filled with traffic, so naturally, the two of us leave at ungodly hours in the morning. This doesn't bother either of us, really, because we both wake up really early anyway. So, this trip started off like any other. We were out the door by 6:15, had our Chick-fil-A in hand by 6:30, and were filled up on gas and on the road by 7. The first part of the trip was fine. We put on some music, we talked about random stuff, and gossiped as mothers and daughters usually do. By the time we got to the 295 exit, it was still fairly early, but both of us were wide awake. She took the exit, and we were set. The road looked as it always did, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. After a few minutes of driving, though, something felt very wrong. Gone were the multiple lanes of the highway. We were now on what looked to be a country road. It cut through a cornfield and only had one lane of traffic in either direction. We were, as far as either of us could see, the only ones driving on that stretch of road. There was a little farmhouse on our right side, but that's about all. My mom and I were both really taken aback because we had just been on the highway. Neither of us had noticed any exits, nor my mom had gotten off on the wrong one. We had been on 295, and then suddenly, we weren't. My mom tried to rationalize it at first, saying that she probably wasn't paying attention because she had a bit of a headache forming and had just gotten off at the wrong exit. At the time, I agreed with her, but something felt very, very off, and suddenly, the Chick-fil-A breakfast wasn't sitting so well anymore. There weren't any signs for directions, only a few speed limit signs as we kept going. And when I looked at the dashboard clock too, only a minute or so had gone by. By the looks of it, we were in the middle of nowhere in Virginia. Time, to me, didn't seem to match up, but I just felt weird and dizzy at that point. My mom decided to keep driving forward. I don't know why she didn't just turn around so that we could go back, but she's always been the one to prefer to get actual directions. We didn't have cell service either, so that may have been why. That's pretty normal for rural Virginia, though. I work on a haunted farm during the Halloween season, so I'm pretty used to spotty reception. Cornstalks do not a cell tower make. Well, we kept on driving, and after maybe 15 minutes, we came to what I guess was this census-designated place's idea of a town. By this, I mean there was a service station and a church. We stopped at the car, they filled us up, and my mom asked for directions. The guys were pretty nice, your typical laid-back Southerners. They did tease my mom for her New York accent, though. When we explained that we'd gotten turned around coming off of 295, they looked really surprised. The younger of the two guys said that coming from the direction we had, we were driving towards 295 north, not away from it. That really threw us for a loop. They asked if we'd ever done this trip before, if we were new to Virginia, stuff like that, and were very shocked when we said yes. We all got quiet after that, and my mom and I got back into the car and drove another 20 minutes to get back on the highway. Once we were back en route, that pit in my stomach went away. Neither of us really talked about it anymore, and we didn't mention it to our family once we got to Jersey. I've thought about this experience a lot since it happened, though, and I tried to rationalize it, but the more I think about it, I don't know, the weirder it gets. And sure, plenty of people make driving mistakes when they're tired, but my mom and I had both our coffee well before this happened. What really trips me up is how we were driving towards 295 and not away from it, and how far away from the exit we were on that country road. That, and how little time passed between being on the interstate and then not being on the interstate. Like I said, I thought I'd maybe just dreamt it. I was on the phone with my mom yesterday, though, and she brought it up out of nowhere. I guess she was thinking about it because we were trying to decide what to do for Thanksgiving. She asked if I remembered that time we teleported, which is a very funny way to start a conversation, but then it got serious and said that it freaked her out. She recounted the events almost exactly how I did here, except she did say there was a sign along the country road pointing toward the service station. Regardless of what actually happened, it was a bizarre and jarring experience. At least it taught me to always appreciate friendly gas station employees. I saw a house in the woods once, and then never again. This is a long story, so bear with me. I live in the rural Midwest. I'm uncomfortable with sharing my state or county, but just know that the population around here is low. It's mostly just farm towns around here, and I live in one. A short walk from my house, there's a trail that I've been walking down for most of my life. It's very shaded with trees, and the actual dirt path is pretty beaten up and hard to stay on if you don't know the land like I do. Almost 2 years ago now, I was walking the trail around 9 a.m. to get some fresh air before I had to go to work, like I usually do. I typically walk about halfway down and sit at a small creek, which is roughly, 15 to 20 minutes away from where I live if you're walking. I'm 100% certain that I walked the same way I do every time. Straight until you see the trail marker, which is a stump with some orange spray paint on the bottom. At the marker, I always turn left to get to the creek, and I cannot stress enough how many times I've done this exact walk throughout my life. The problem was that when I turned left into where the creek was supposed to be, it wasn't there. In its place, there was a really run-down white house that looked like it had been rotting there for decades. The place was huge, like a plantation house, but I don't live in the South. I'd never felt so confused in my life. I turned around almost immediately to make sure I was at the right trail marker, and sure enough, I was. I looked back at the house again and just stared. For every walk that I had been on in these exact woods, I had never seen this house before. It didn't make any sense. The place was absolutely huge. I pulled out my phone to try to take a picture, but no matter how much I messed with the power button, the screen would only flicker on for a few seconds and then go back to black. This freaked me out, and I tried to do a forced restart, but still nothing happened, so I just pocketed it. I ended up deciding that I was going to go inside the house and check it out. It's probably a stupid idea in hindsight, but I was too curious to leave. As soon as I walked in, the first thing I noticed was that it was like deathly cold in there. It was like walking into a fridge, and it didn't do anything to calm my nerves. Looking around, the main room was nearly empty, except for a desk all the way to the back left. There was a laptop on the desk that was opened to what looked like a Windows home screen. This worried me because I thought I had just walked in on some squatter's place, and I didn't have anything to defend myself with other than my phone that wouldn't turn on. To my right, there was this low electric buzzing coming from a cracked door. I walked over to it with my hands around myself because of the freezing cold. I peek inside and I see two very tall men in lab coats flipping through a notepad with light blue pages. And when I tell you they were very tall, I'm serious. Probably like 7 feet, and that wasn't even the weirdest thing about them. They were both pale and blonde and identical down to the shoes. They both had matching big eyes with pinpricks for pupils. The eyes were unfocused, like they weren't even trying to look at the paper, and it just felt very unsettling. Once the one on the left that flipped a certain page, they both started murmuring. It sounded like they were talking over each other very fast, and I don't know, I only caught some words. I think they kept talking about metamorphosis and hitting their long fingers against the paper like they were pointing. They kept mumbling in barely coherent English and nodding while making sounds like uh-huh and mm-hmm. I didn't get to hear much because the door creaked as I leaned in on it by mistake, and then they immediately went silent and they whipped their heads in my direction so fast I could have sworn that I heard a crack. Their pupils weirdly twitched into place to look at me, and I freaked the F out, man. I screamed and I bolted back for the front door. When I was running back, I hit something face first. I fell onto my ass and I dropped my phone before I could get to the door. I felt like I just got a face full of fabric, and when I managed to scramble to my feet, it was another one of the men in the lab coats. He was identical to the other two, and his pupils did that weird thing to look at me as well. I shoved him away and he sort of folded inward like he had no spine or chest bones before hitting the floor. I ran out the door and towards my home, never stopping for a second, even though I didn't hear anyone following me. I ended up running all the way to work, and when I made it, I saw my coworker, who we'll call Adam for the sake of privacy. Adam could see that I was shaken, and I explained the story to him, still freaking out and really almost crying. He listened to the whole thing and kept asking me if I was sure that it wasn't just a dream, and I insisted that it wasn't. I even told him that I lost my phone there and I needed to get it back. Adam told me that he'd go back with me after work to get it, and I agreed. I went through the whole workday still anxious, and then I went with Adam down the path. We took the same way I had walked this morning, and I'm absolutely sure of it. And when we got to the stump with the orange spray paint on the bottom, I couldn't believe my eyes. There was no house there anymore. It was the creek again, and I could see my phone sitting in a small patch of wet grass. I felt like I was going to throw up as I explained it to Adam that there was a house right here earlier today and that I wasn't crazy. Adam just grabbed my phone from the wet grass and handed it to me. He put his hand on my shoulder and directed me away from the creek. I kept trying to explain to him, and eventually, he stopped me. He told me he understood and that things like that just happen around here. I tried to push him on what he meant, but he remained silent until he had to say goodbye at my doorstep. I work somewhere different now, but I still text Adam. When I tried to ask him about that day, he confirms he found my phone there and saw firsthand how genuinely shaken I was. But he won't elaborate on what he meant by things like that just happen around here, no matter how much I push. I still live there, and I still go on walks. I've never seen the house again, not even one like it anywhere near here, even when going off the trail. I still think about this event and get freaked out. There was something distinctly inhuman about the men that I saw, and I don't know how a whole house could simply appear and then disappear. The only explanation that I can come up with was that maybe I fell asleep at home before work and I dreamt it all, but it all felt so real. And that does not account for why my phone was actually at the creek when I went back. The universe is messing with me. I had something really weird happen today. I came out of the shower, I noticed my phone on top of my laundry hamper, and I thought, that doesn't look like my phone. And that was the last I remember seeing it. When I was leaving for work, I went to grab it, and it wasn't there. I then spent the next 10 minutes looking all over my house for it to no avail. I arrived at work late and phoneless. Fast forward to lunch, I went to my car and I suddenly got a weird feeling that led me to open up the door to the back seat. And there it was, sitting on the back seat in the hot sun, looking like my phone as opposed to before. Problem is, I wasn't in the back of my car today. It's probably been a week since I've even looked back there. How did that happen? I still think the universe is messing with me. About 6 months ago, I went to bed after watching an episode of a fun show called American Monsters about black-eyed kids. I woke up at 1:15 a.m. to a knock at my front door. You'd better believe that every atom in my adrenaline-filled body froze when a child's despondent voice answered my, "Who is it?" The child, who sounded to be around 10 or so, gave me a first and last name, and then asked if he could come in. But I'm not about to open the door to literally anyone at that time of night, let alone a child asking to come in after watching a show about black-eyed kids. But worried about him being alone outside in the dark, I called the police. I heard a small body slump down against the door, where it remained for several minutes. The police showed up within about 10 minutes. They searched my street and neighborhood as well as the next one over. Nothing. No kids. They also couldn't find anything on the name that I was given. Coincidence? Or does the universe know that I'm onto it and it's playing with me? Either way, outdoor security cameras went up within 24 hours. Please listen to this, coming from the biggest skeptic in the world. I have always been 50-50 on whether or not we live in a simulation. I've definitely had weird experiences or trips in the simulation experiences while either too high, greening out, or on psychedelics. Onto the story. So, I love to color. I usually print out coloring pages to color when I'm anxious or just waiting to pass time or take a break from social media. One of my favorite markers in the box that I use is called Tender Pink. There's about 30 markers in the box, give or take a few, and they all each have a slot to go in so you know whether or not you're missing any. I love pink, and I love this color in particular because it had a lot of ink. It wasn't dry or anything. Well, the other day I'm coloring, and I grabbed a pink marker, and it was super dry and it was barely working. I looked at which shade it was, and it said Tender Pink. I thought, I was just using this color the other day, and it had so much ink. How did it run out so quickly? So I start to look in the box, and I find a second color named Tender Pink, which I used and realized it was the one that I had used the other day, the one with all the ink. Only, why are there two now? And why are there two of only this color? I was very vividly staring at two pink markers named Tender Pink. I would bet money on it. Well, fast forward to today. I'm coloring again, and I grab the Tender Pink and realize it's the one that has barely any ink, so I go to grab the other one, but it doesn't exist. It's not there. Every single slot is filled with a marker, yet there's only one Tender Pink shade, not two like there just was, and I feel like I'm going crazy. This is definitely one of the craziest experiences that I've ever had, at least while stone cold sober, regarding the simulation theory. Little freaked out. Okay. The weirdest thing just happened to me. I had to pull over to post this on here because I'm so confused. I was just in Dollar General shopping for some items and placed my purse in front of the compartment where I usually place it. I shopped around for like 15 minutes, picking up the random items that I was shopping for. Some of them included different makeup items, like specific lip gloss shades, eyeshadow colors. You get it. Body soaps and specific bath bomb scents that I had picked out, and some snacks and candies along with some grocery items. There's about 15 to 20 items in total. So I go to the self-checkout and scan everything in my cart and bag it, and then I go to grab my purse, and it's not there. I freak out for a minute, thinking maybe I took it out and left it in one of the aisles, or second-guessing myself, I thought maybe I never even brought it in the first place. So, I tell one of the associates at the checkout counter that I may have left my bag in one of the aisles, and I ask him if I can leave my bag of scanned items at the self-checkout stand for a second to go see if my purse was indeed left in one of the aisles. I literally walk a few feet away and I see another cart sitting right around the corner with my purse in it in the front compartment, and the cart is full of the same items that I had just scanned and placed into my bag. All of the same items down to the same shades of lip glosses, eyeshadows, the exact same soaps and candies and groceries. I started freaking out, and I pulled this cart over to the other one at the self-checkout just to compare the items because I was in a state of disbelief, and it's all the same items that I had just scanned. I just don't get it. How were the two carts full of my exact items that I had picked out? And how had I ended up with the other cart without my purse in it when I got to the self-checkout when I never stepped away from my cart while I was shopping. I mean, if I had accidentally grabbed someone else's cart in the aisles and brought that one up instead of my own, that would make sense, but this cart I ended up with had all of the same items that my other one had, down to the lip gloss colors and everything. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. Some of the comments under this story include supposed suggestions as to what may have happened, suggestions of getting security footage, and so on. But one of the comments really got my attention. It says, "You know, the only other mundane explanation I can think of is that someone was stalking you, picking up the exact same items for their own amusement, and then you just happened to accidentally grab their cart without noticing, and then they ran off." The original OP says, "I thought about that too, which freaks me out even more than the glitch in the Matrix story." Two friends and I watched a man on a bicycle turn transparent and then vanish. Last summer, two of my friends and I, we're both in our 30s and female, were carpooling to the airport in the early hours of the morning to catch our flight. It was around 3 or 4 a.m. I was in the passenger seat, my friend was driving, and we had just picked up the third friend. We all live in the suburbs near Detroit. My friend, who was picked up last, lives only 5 to 10 minutes away from DTW. We were driving down a well-lit 2-lane road. The area is well populated, and you often do see pedestrians out and about at any given hour. Anyway, as we were driving, we stopped at a red light at an intersection. Directly ahead, we see a man, looked to be in his 30s or maybe 40s, riding a modern-day red bicycle near the edge of the road, heading in our direction. He was wearing a beanie hat, a flannel, and shorts. I don't recall which shoes he had, but I do remember that he also had a backpack on. He had longer hair that poked out from the bottom of his hat, and some facial hair from what I can recall. My friend who was driving said, "He better hurry, it's starting to sprinkle," which prompted me to look up from my phone and look at the man again as he was getting closer. All three of us were now looking at this guy, and he was getting closer by the second. He was almost to the crosswalk directly in front of us, right under a streetlight, when he started to turn transparent and then flicker like an old film movie on a projector. You know how sepia photos or filters look? Like warmer, muted, vintage-looking brown tones? Well, I watched him and his bright red bike turn from vibrant colors to sepia in a millisecond, and then instantly vanish into thin air. I instantly shot my head to the left to lock eyes with my friend. Both of us were now in shock. Our eyes were wide and our mouths were open in utter disbelief. Our friend in the back seat was the first to process what had just happened and said, "Hey guys, where did he go? Did you guys see that? He turned see-through. I mean, seriously, where did he go? What the lucky charms?" We all kind of let out some shrieks and freaked out a little bit, all talking a mile a minute as we each quickly confirmed that we had all seen the same sequence of events occur right before our eyes, under direct light no less. I had goosebumps and my eyes were welling up with tears because it gave me an urge to cry. I was just so tripped out about what I had just seen. We all retold the story one by one, over and over again all the way to the airport, and also continued to recount the experience until we got to our destination. We're all still friends to this day, and we still talk about this event often. I think about that day anytime I pass that intersection, and I intently watch any pedestrian that I happen to see there. Honestly, it's an experience that I will never forget, and it's what ultimately led me down this Matrix rabbit hole. A simulation glitch is the only explanation for what occurred that day, and it perplexes me even still. Thank you for taking the time to read my story. In last week's episode, I read a story called "I'm Really Starting to Believe That I Was a World War II Pilot in a Past Life" by Cherokee Pilot 1997. Just to catch you up in case you missed it, this person was convinced that he was a pilot in his past life and specifically piloted the Avenger aircraft. Well, there was an aviation expo in his town just this past weekend, and he was going to do his damnedest to try to make it into one of the Avengers just to see what happened. I caught up with him, and this is what I learned. Well, it happened. I can't even describe the feeling as I walked up to the aircraft, as it was the first one that I had ever seen in person. It felt like an electric shock was running through my whole body, and I almost felt like I was floating as I walked towards it. And I'm not gonna lie, I teared up. I told my story to one of the Avenger crew members, and he let me sit inside. I can't even describe the feeling that I had. It all felt so familiar. The switches fell to hand. Hell, I even knew how to start the dang thing. Reaching back towards the canopy, well, you can guess how that felt. I, for one, am thrilled that Cherokee Pilot 1997 got to experience this. Let's do some more. My friend and I witnessed her backyard gazebo levitate, go over a 6-foot fence, and land in her neighbor's backyard perfectly on a normal summer day. This must have happened when I was 16 or 17 years old. I just asked my old friend about it the other day to confirm whether I was crazy or not, and if I'm remembering things incorrectly. But she confirmed everything. One day, I was at my friend's house. It's a typical detached home in southern Ontario. Each backyard had fences as the homes were surrounded by one another. My friend had a huge, fully set up gazebo in her backyard. It was set up properly and had been there for quite some time, with no issues. We were in the basement one spring or summer afternoon. The weather was sunny, warm, normal, and we heard a loud bang come from upstairs. Naturally, we ran up and asked her mom what that noise was, to which she replied that she wasn't sure. Eventually, we all ended up looking out the upstairs window in her mom's bedroom, which allowed us to see both her and her next-door neighbor's backyard, just to the left. We were in shock. Her humongous, full-sized gazebo had somehow levitated and landed perfectly straight and normal in her neighbor's backyard. It makes no sense. I googled that residential fences in my area are between 6 and 8 feet tall, and it wasn't a small item like an umbrella that could just be picked up by the wind and then fall somewhere. Like, even if it somehow fully levitated, It shouldn't have landed in perfect condition. I mean, Google a backyard gazebo and you'll see what I mean. No one remembers it even being remotely windy that day. This was freaking weird. My friend and I are still shook about it to this day and don't understand it one bit. Could have been in the news for sure. This person includes an edit that says, "Here's a few facts about what happened. 1. The gazebo was made out of a hard material like iron or metal. The neighbors had to come into her backyard and disassemble everything, bring it back to their backyard and set it up. It took hours, and they had no explanation for it either, and they remember it the exact same way that me, my friend, and her mom all do. Also, her mom specifically remembers the neighbor's candle that was lit in the gazebo, still being lit and standing straight up in her backyard after it landed. It wasn't particularly windy that day at all. Not that it would matter. Wind doesn't cause a metal/iron framed gazebo to levitate 6 feet in the air and then land perfectly in your neighbor's backyard. This was beyond weird. I forgot about this one till now. I was at the daycare, fixing my reports about the kids' growth and development while at the desk during nap time. The lights were off, but the room wasn't pitch black thanks to my trusty lamp. Enter my coworker, on a quest for something from the storage closet. I'm pretty sure it was construction paper or paint. It was stashed up pretty high, and I tried my best to direct her. As she chatted from the closet, claiming she couldn't find it, I teased about the hidden step stool. I was laughing and shaking my head, but when I walked in, I discovered an empty closet. No sounds, no coworker. I checked the connecting coat room and the bathroom before questioning others, half-jokingly wondering if I was just being pranked or something. Turns out, she had left for lunch 20 minutes prior, as confirmed by another coworker. My nerves shot up when the supposed prankster returned. I asked about the construction paper or paint, but she had no clue what I was talking about. One of the comments under this story asks, "Did you actually see her, or did you just hear her voice?" And the OP replies, "I physically saw her and made eye contact and looked up to witness her rummaging through the closet. As she searched for the items, she was wearing the exact same outfit when I saw her come back from lunch later and when I asked her about it." I'm still trying to come to terms with half of the things that I experienced there. Weird things are happening with my cat. I have 2 cats, a calico cat and a gray cat. Ever since I got them, weird things have been happening with the gray cat. Sometimes it would walk past the couch that I was laying on and disappear into the bathroom doorway, only for me to see it coming from a completely opposite doorway and then move the same way into the bathroom again. I shrugged it off at first and assumed it had gone back without me paying attention, but the weird thing is it kept happening, and I would, at times, watch it go into the doorway, take my eyes away for just a second, and looking back, I would see it walking towards and through the same doorway that it just disappeared into. The only logical explanation that I had for this was that it had ran past me right as I took my eyes off it and started walking towards the bathroom as soon as I looked at it again. which in itself seems highly unlikely. Only my brother and I have seen this happen, and we brush it off with jokes, assuming, or maybe hoping, there's a logical explanation. Another weird thing that happens with the gray cat is sometimes I would hear it scratching on the front door, wanting to come inside after I let it out. I would go out, open the door, and then we would walk back to the couch together. And as soon as I sit and start watching TV again, I would hear scratching on the door again. Assuming it's the other cat, I would go open the door, only for the gray cat to walk in again with me. Looking back at the couch, I'd see nothing. I didn't have any windows open at the time because it was night, and even if it had found another opening, I remember pushing it off my lap as I went to open the door, so it couldn't have gone outside again. This has been witnessed by the whole family, as it used to happen during supper. It would go outside and someone would let it back in, only to hear scratching on the door again as soon as they sat down. We always assumed the window was left open, but at this point, I don't know, I'm not so sure anymore. I couldn't talk to anyone about this without sounding, crazy, except for my brother, so I hope to find someone in here with at least some sort of similar experience. I couldn't be found. This happened a few years back. It was my first day of school in a new town. I got off the bus and walked home, and when I got home, everyone in the house was asleep, so I figured I'd take a nap since the summer destroyed my schedule. I woke up and it was late at night. Nothing out of the usual for a teenage gamer. When I sat up in bed, my stepmom, at the time, was in my room looking through my closet. When she noticed me started freaking out, she asked me where I've been. I told her exactly what happened. I said I came home, everyone was asleep, and so I went to bed. Little did I know there were 2 cops in the living room because my stepmom reported me missing. I have no idea how she couldn't have found me if I was in bed for the whole time. Maybe 8 hours went by from the time I came home to when the police were called. About a week later, we had our jungle of a backyard mowed by my stepmom's father. He noticed that the screen on my window was taken off. Because of this, no one believed me when I told them my side of the story. I've tried to talk about it with her and her family a few times after that, and they just immediately become super standoffish with me, and then get angry and then tell me that I'm lying. I've pretty much come to terms with the fact that I'll never fully know what happened, but it freaks me out because this isn't the only time it's happened to me, but definitely the first time the police have been called. Any theories? Watch mysteriously appeared in another state. I think this is my first glitch. My grandmother with dementia has been hiding her jewelry, amongst other things, for some time. When we go visit, we collect the jewelry that we find so that we can put it in a safety deposit box. Before the safety deposit box was purchased, all the jewelry came to my house a state away. My mother eventually collected everything and brought them back with her to put in the safety deposit box. We forgot to take the one small and very old Rolex. When I realized it was forgotten, I called her and I told her. She said, "Keep it in your safe and when I come back, I'll grab it." It sat in my safe for months and months. My mom kept forgetting to take it and I kept forgetting to give it to her. I went into my safe a couple of weeks ago to collect a birth certificate and I remember seeing the watch. Every time I open the safe, I see the watch, and if I don't see it, I check to make sure that it's in there somewhere. Well, a week later, when I was putting the birth certificate back into the safe, the watch was gone. I started freaking out, and honestly, I started crying. I'd just seen it the last time I was in there, but now it's like it's vanished. I called my mother, hysterical, telling her that I lost the watch, telling her how sorry I was for losing it. And then she immediately says, "Honey, the watch is right here." But how? I never gave it to her. I hadn't even seen her. She lives like 4.5 hours away. She then FaceTimes me, and what do I see on the screen? A little small, very old Rolex. The same Rolex that I saw in my safe a week ago. I'm still kind of freaked out. This was important to me, so I know I would have remembered taking it out to give it to her, but I remember seeing it in there the week before. I hope you don't think this is a lame glitch, but I mean, this definitely freaked me out. Disappearance. So, I was hiking in the woods when I came into an open field. There was a group of 3 people. There were 4, but I'll get to that. And they were all just chilling, walking around with drinks. And there was a person who was looking at me while walking, and they seemed to be, I don't know, almost gliding, like they were on skates. I know that couldn't be because it was obvious that they were just wearing plain Nikes and were standing in a grass field next to a hiking trail. But from my point of view, they were about to pass behind another man, but instead of passing, they just disappeared the moment that they went behind the person and never popped back out on the other side. I started walking around, looking at every angle, but I saw nothing. They were just gone, and they were staring directly at me just moments before. None of my friends recall seeing this person, and I'm super perplexed. There was absolutely nowhere that they could have gone. Farm animal glitch. This happened to me a couple of years ago, and I still haven't been able to shake it all the way. I live in a rural area about 30 minutes from the nearest large town. At the time, I was pregnant and frequented a road lined with farms on my way to the doctor. There are a lot of farm animals on the properties lining this road, like chickens, ducks, horses, even alpacas, the whole 9 yards. One day, I was driving to my doctor and I passed property that was filled with various animals who are usually moving around, making noise, farm animal things. Note that I've driven past this spot many times before and continue to presently. However, on this day, when I turned at the corner where the property is, all of the animals were standing completely still, frozen in time. I turned off my radio and it was also completely silent. It was the most eerie thing, and I completely felt like the simulation hadn't finished loading by the time I got there. I slowed down to almost a full stop to ensure that I wasn't just making things up, but sure enough, every single farm animal was silent and completely still. I mean, I genuinely thought about turning around to take a video, but something told me that I needed to get out of there quickly once I confirmed what I was seeing. I remember calling my husband and being very freaked out. He suggested that I drive the same way home and check things out. By then, everything was back to normal. To this day, every time I drive on that road, I turn off my radio and I keep my eyes peeled to see if the animals are behaving regularly or if they're stuck in the glitch that I experienced in the story above. You ever have something vanish right next to you? I just bought a new mouse for myself today since it's Black Friday. I go home and I open it and I see a couple of pages of instructions and then a cloth to clean it and a sheet of stickers to put on the mouse as a protective layer. I was in a game, so I placed the stickers to my side because I was going to put them on after to see how it felt, and then I look and they're gone. Everything but the sheet of stickers is there. I checked the floor, under the couch next to me, under the tables, and it's just gone. I don't expect everyone here to believe it, but I literally ceased to exist, and this happened inside of my car. Oh, it says, it literally ceased to exist. Okay, I thought we were being dramatic. I don't expect everyone here to believe it, but it literally ceased to exist, and this has happened inside of my car many times, where things are dropped under the seats and even a detailer says that it isn't there. I'm starting to think that I'm going crazy. An interesting but mundane glitch. This glitch happened 3 weeks ago, and I'd like to tell it while the events are fresh in my mind. I breed chickens. I have 2 children aged 5 and 6. 3 weeks ago, a hen that we had set eggs under was hatching her chickens. Out of 7 eggs, 5 had hatched on the first day. In the evening, my 2 kids and I went to check on the chicks. I took my egg candling torch to check the 2 eggs that hadn't hatched. And for those that don't know, candling an egg is basically like placing an egg over top of a light source in a dark area. The light shines through the egg and it allows you to see the shadow of what's inside. So you can see if there's little embryos in there wiggling around. Anyway, I've built large wooden enclosures for the purpose of hens hatching chicks, and these are located under the annex of a large garage. We took the 2 unhatched eggs and went into the garage, as it's darker and easier to candle the eggs. I took my egg torch from my pocket and I candled the first egg. I could tell there was a fully developed chicken inside and I showed my kids. I then took the second egg, candled it, and the egg was clear and not fertile. I said, "There's nothing in this one," and I put the torch back in my pocket. My 5-year-old didn't get a good look at the second egg as I had turned my back away from the light coming from the entrance, and my kid said, "Can I have a look?" I pulled the torch back out of my pocket and my audible reaction was, "What the?" My eldest child immediately exclaimed, "That's a different torch. That's my torch." And it was. It was no longer the egg torch, but her personal torch. I checked my pockets, no egg torch. I tried using this glitched torch to candle the egg, but no matter how I tried, it wasn't possible to candle the egg with this particular torch. My kids were amazed. "Magic is real," they both said. We went back to the house and found the real egg torch in the location that we keep all the torches. I still can't reasonably explain what happened, but I'm glad that my kids got to share this little experience with me. I just went back 1 hour. I'm here in bed, and I see the time hits 10:30. My fiance goes downstairs to make a late night snack, and I ask her to get me a bag of chips, and I check the time. I see that it's 10:35, and I remark that I shouldn't eat so late because of my acid reflux. I also remembered that I needed to take my regular sleeping meds before going to bed. I check the time on my phone, and then the clock on my wall. The clock is 1 hour behind since I've been too lazy to adjust it because of daylight savings time, and it says 9:40. I get my chips, I eat them, and then I see a long YouTube video in my feed and think, you know what? Kicks it. I'll squeeze it in before bed. Halfway through the long video, I get a text from my fiance. Then I see that the time is 10:07. I look at the clock, 9:07. And I'm seriously freaking out right now. I text my friend, and she says that she's seen stories about this on Reddit and on YouTube. Now that I've seen the same stuff happen to others, it's weird that I'm noticing it happen to me. I'm afraid to tell my fiance in case she thinks I'm crazy. Classmate glitched through the corridors. Sorry if this is a common occurrence among the regulars here, but this has never happened to me before. I'm reading up on some courses through adult education, and yesterday I had my final exam in math. I had just arrived at my school and was walking through the corridors towards the classroom when I met one of my classmates going the opposite direction. We both said hello, and then we both kept moving. I went straight for the classroom, no detours, and when I arrived, he was already there. The same person sitting at his regular desk. He was engaged in conversation with another classmate, and I was too surprised and embarrassed to even say anything. I've been thinking about it constantly since yesterday when it happened. Like, how did he get there ahead of me when he was walking in the opposite direction? I know he didn't run past me or anything. Anyway, the exam went well, and thank you for reading. Same guy driving at least 5 different cars at the same time. I was talking to someone outside when I noticed out of the corner of my eye that something seemed unusual with the drivers on the road beside us. It seemed like everyone that was driving was bald, so I took a look and they all looked the same. After I confirmed what I saw in my peripheral vision, I saw 5 different cars with the same bald guy with white t-shirts driving after one another. The cars that weren't already in my vision started having normal people again. There was probably more cars with the same dude too, but I only saw them in my periph, so I can only know for sure that 5 of them were the same person or at least extremely similar. I pointed it out to my friend, but they only saw 2 of them because they were a bit late to notice, and I was too stunned to even think to bring it up quick enough. Somebody in the comments mentioned not enough bandwidth in that area to create unique characters or people. I like that. My dog appeared outside, and I have no idea how. So, prior to this experience, I didn't even really know what a true glitch in the Matrix was, but I'm now convinced that this is exactly what I experienced. The title is pretty much what happened. My house has a front door and a back door. The back door leads onto a porch, and the porch opens up to the backyard. My yard isn't fenced, so my dog goes outside on a tether attached to a tree. She's never out there without supervision. My house isn't a large house, and you can hear the various closet, pantry, bedroom, all the doors open and shut from pretty much anywhere in the house. My dog, Church, is a sweet and rambunctious Belgian Malinois hound mix. She isn't a bad dog. She's only 2.5 years old, and she is not a quiet girl. She's talkative and just generally noisy when she walks, always carrying a toy and squeaking it or tearing through the house, or speaking her mind and demanding breakfast. I tell you all of this so that you have a better idea of why I am 100% certain that the events of this morning transpired as follows. 2 nights ago, my boyfriend slept over. I have a roommate, but tonight she was sleeping at her boyfriend's place, so we had the house to ourselves. This isn't out of the ordinary, really. My boyfriend and I stay at each other's houses often. Church sleeps in bed with me/us, and I sleep with my bedroom door shut. My bedroom door has a wooden sign on it that clunks against the door when you open it, and the clunk can be heard from the bathroom. I wake up, as is my usual routine, at about 6:15 in the morning, and get out of bed at about 6:30. My boyfriend loves church and is typically the one who puts her out and brings her in the mornings, so they usually cuddle in bed while I make coffee and tea and pack our lunches. I left my room, shutting the door behind me. I went into the bathroom, which is just a few steps away, and I shut the bathroom door as well. I was brushing my teeth when I heard the familiar clunk of my sign as my bedroom door opened, and then I heard the door shut as well. I then heard my boyfriend walking down the hallway into the living room, and I didn't hear the dog walking, and I didn't hear the door open again. A few minutes later, as I was doing my hair, I heard my boyfriend go in and out of my bedroom again. Still, no puppy footsteps, no back door opening, just my boyfriend carrying out his typical morning routine. Now would be a good time to note that I have hardwood floors. I would have heard her feet on the floor and her collar jangling. It is not possible for this dog to sneak past me. I left the bathroom at about 6:40 a.m. and found my boyfriend putting his shoes on at the front door. He let me know that he needed to leave because he had forgotten something at home and needed to grab it from his house before leaving for work. We said goodbye, and then he headed out, and I headed into the kitchen to finish packing my lunch. At around 6:50 a.m., I heard whining. I stopped and I said to myself, shoot, I need to let the dog out. And I walked into my room. As I was walking, I was even talking to Church, saying, "Oh, lady, I'm so sorry. Your dad usually puts you out in the mornings." I opened the door and I found nothing. My room was totally empty. My boyfriend had fixed his side of the bed up as normal, but Church was nowhere to be found. Confused, I walked outside, unlocked the top and bottom lock of the back door, went out onto the porch, and there she was, tethered, unsupervised, and whining to be let in for breakfast. I was totally shocked. It's not like my boyfriend at all to leave her outside, ever, especially without telling me or letting her in before he leaves. He just wouldn't do that. And again, there was no way that Church could have made it through the bedroom door, down the hall, through the kitchen, and out the back door without me hearing it. It's especially impossible for them both to make it past me. But, I started to doubt myself, and as my boyfriend has never lied to me before, I decided to ask him. I just wanted to understand what happened. So imagine my surprise when I asked him about leaving the dog outside, and he was genuinely confused as to what I was talking about. I said, "Hey, I don't understand why you didn't tell me Church was outside." He said, "What do you mean? She was in your room on the bed when I left. I even double-checked before I went to put my shoes on that she was all good." I said, "But she was outside this morning." He replied, "I have absolutely no idea how that happened because she was in your room when I left. I would never put her outside and leave her out there, not even telling you." And I'm sure I've stressed this enough, but there just isn't a way that my dog could have made it past me without me knowing. I would have heard her. At the very least, I would have heard the back door open and close, and the back door was locked, just like it was the night before. My boyfriend never locks the door behind him when he plans on going back outside in a few minutes to let her in. He knows how important my dog is to me, and that's not something he would do as a prank or a joke. He knows that I hate practical jokes, and he'd never do anything remotely pranky. I'm truly at a loss here. My dog seems normal. Everything else about my house seems normal. She just I don't know, magically appeared outside. I really hope that it never happens again. Accidental glitch. Yesterday, I drove around with a friend of mine, and as we always do, we just listened to some music, and we also wanted to watch the Northern Lights due to the unusual sun eruption. We always just drive from one sleepy town to another on the roads that we know. As we did, my friend saw a gas station on the road and was shocked by the cheap prices on the sign. Then we came to a roundabout and just drove in one direction, not caring about where the road would lead us. But we came to the same roundabout again, so this time we took another direction. After driving around a little, we saw a lamp where a cat was standing, and we came to the same roundabout again. We started to feel weird about that fact, so we took a different direction because now we were ready to go home. As we drove, we almost ran over a badger, which we had never seen before. That was weird, and then we came to that same roundabout again. We just didn't understand how that was possible. So we took another direction and finally felt like we found a way out. Because we came to 2 other towns, so at least we were making some progress. Only to realize, though, that we were back at the same roundabout again. So, we took one of the directions only to be in front of that light again where we saw the cat earlier. That was especially shocking to us because we took a completely different turn out of the roundabout. So, we are now freaking out and we come to the same roundabout yet again. My heart skipped a beat because we noticed the gas station just beside that roundabout. We didn't notice or feel like it was exactly beside earlier, but we weren't totally sure. Stressed about not finding a way out, I started searching for my pack of almonds that I ate earlier that day in the back seat. But they were nowhere to be found. Like, they just disappeared, and I couldn't find them. Finally, after what felt like 20 minutes, we somehow drove home, but were unsure if we had just imagined something weird and got lost. When I was home, my friend told me that he didn't want to freak me out, but he noticed the gas tank remained exactly the same and didn't drop any less in that time that we were driving. I don't know, it just felt very weird, and I wasn't sure what to think. I discovered this subreddit and wanted to share this experience to hear some others' opinions. Also, I saw like 8 cats on that road, and I've never seen so many in one night. I don't know why that weirded me out, but we also saw like, I don't know, maybe 5 other cars, so the roads weren't completely empty. I really just would like an answer. I already posted to the Liminal Spaces subreddit and the Paranormal subreddit yesterday, but nobody's gotten back to me. Maybe someone can help me out here. After reading thousands of Glitch in the Matrix stories, my only advice is really don't trust cats and don't stare at lamps too hard. Let's do some more. Histology plate changed in front of my eyes. One of my classes this semester is histology, which means I have lab periods where we look at and analyze plates of different human tissues. One day, while doing so, I picked one up and I noticed that it didn't look anything alike to what the guide was saying. I was supposed to be looking at blood cells, which are like small pink orbs, yet mine was just a straight black line with like tendrils going off to the side. I vividly remember chuckling and saying to myself, this one's just a straight line. I was so confused, so I asked one of my professors to come over and look at it with me. He asked me which one it was, and I told him it was the blood cells. I have no idea how, but when I looked it over while he focused it, it changed. Now, it was clearly blood cells, little small pink orbs. Somehow, this plate changed both structure and tint in almost the blink of an eye. He didn't change the plate at all and was amused that I couldn't recognize the structure at first glance. I asked everyone in my group afterwards if they had seen that plate, but nobody said that they had. None of the teachers had seen one by that description either. I really wish that I had taken a picture of it before it changed. The closest thing I can think was that it was reticular fibers, but even then, the cut itself was strange. Everything about it just felt off. I felt like somehow I wasn't supposed to see it, and when I decided to ask somebody else, the universe decided to fix it. Lost 2 hours of time. Hey all, new to the community, but this happened back in 2021. I used to deliver laundry for a large uniform launderer. My days were the same weekly, as in on Mondays I'd go to the same 20 places, same with Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and so on. The biggest account of my week was serviced on Thursdays. It's a large auto manufacturing plant. All I delivered to them were uniforms, but there was about 350 to maybe 400 employees total. Multiply that by exchanging 3 to 5 uniform sets per employee, it was a lot of garments going in and coming out. In order to make the delivery as seamless as possible, the uniforms needed to be loaded into the truck a certain way to match up with the employee lockers. I would start my Thursdays a bit earlier than any other day to ensure that I had everything as organized as possible. When all was said and done, I'd get to the plant by about 7 a.m., and I'd be done servicing the whole account by no later than 9:30. On this particular day, absolutely nothing was out of the ordinary. I arrived to work on time, had my product, loaded my truck, dispatched. I arrived at the plant at about 7 a.m. and proceeded as normal. It was a completely ordinary day. The plant had 2 buildings with locker rooms. I'd serviced the larger of the 2 first, and I remember checking the clock after exiting the first building, and everything was running on time. I serviced the second building and loaded the truck up to return to depot so I could unload and reload to carry out the rest of my day. And I noticed the sun feeling more direct and hotter than it should have been for 9:30-ish a.m. Well, I checked the clock and it was 11:45. I thought for sure the clock was wrong. I checked my phone, 11:45. I had lost over 2 hours and I have no explanation for how or why. I even called my wife when I realized what time it was, and I kinda had a minor panic attack over the phone. She obviously couldn't explain it to me either. To round out the story, for the rest of my day I was just 2 hours behind schedule. I didn't get back the time that I lost, and I truly have zero explanation as to how this could have happened. I think about this experience very often. My dog just phased through the door. We have a very regular routine Saturday mornings. My partner and I both work and we leave together early. Dogs get breakfast, they potty, and they come back inside for 6 hours until I get home. We had a doggy door, but we very firmly sealed it because 2 of our dogs like to jump the 4-foot fence and intrude on the neighbors. They have dogs too, and our dogs just like to play. Well, I got home today, and our back fence was still locked with this wonky lock that my partner put on. I struggle to get it on and off. It's a metal loop that goes over the latch. My mailman has commented on how difficult it is, and he just brings the mail to the other door. Confirmed, nobody came in the yard. Also, there's snow and no unfamiliar prints outside our gate. I went inside and looked, and the doggy door is still firmly in place. The other two dogs didn't get outside, and if there was an easy way out, they for sure would have. We have snow, and my husky loves sleeping in it and grumps when I make him come inside. I checked the cameras, and it shows us letting them out in the morning, and it shows us putting them back in. Then 3 hours of nothing except neighbors and cars going by. And then poof, suddenly we have a dog in the yard. He looks very confused on camera too. It's wintertime and we don't have any open windows or anything. I went through the whole house because I didn't find any place that he could have gotten out. Did my dog just walk through a solid door? The sun blinked. Okay, so I was going through posts in this sub and I suddenly remembered a short but weird incident that happened years ago when I was in school. It was around 1 or 2 in the afternoon at school, and my friend and I decided to skip a class and pass our time in an empty classroom. The classroom had a ledge below the board, and there were windows on the wall opposite to it. We were sitting on the ledge and talking for a while before we thought of checking something in the drawers below the ledge. So we turn around, and a second after that, the sunlight suddenly blinks once. We briefly looked at each other with a face that said, "What in the Lucky Charms was that?" I remember checking if there were any artificial lights on, and there weren't. The windows were huge, so we were sure it couldn't have been a bird or something. And there were multiple windows. We acknowledged the fact that this was very weird, but forgot about it a few days later. I don't know. I randomly remember it sometimes, and I think about what it could have been. We both reacted to it at the same time, so I know for a fact it wasn't just something silly like us blinking without realizing it. Seeing the same people in an impossible space of time. One morning, I decided to walk my son a different route to school. I would be making a full circle around the block, dropping him off to school, and then continuing on until I find myself back home again. This round trip takes about 20 minutes. While walking him to school, we passed a blonde, curly-haired lady on her bicycle with her daughter. A little while later, I passed a dark-haired lady with a baby in a stroller. Of course, I thought nothing of it, as I've passed many other people. I dropped my son off to school and continued my walk home. About 10 minutes later, I saw the same curly-haired blonde lady who was previously on her bike, but this time she was jogging on the opposite side of the road next to me. I found it odd, but maybe I just assumed that she had rushed home, got dressed, and then went straight out for a run. I continued my walk until not 2 minutes later when I passed the same dark-haired lady that I previously had. But this time, she didn't have her baby in a stroller. She was wearing her baby strapped to her front. These sightings may seem insignificant to some, but I think about them often. I find it odd that the one day I decided to walk a different way to school is the one day I saw these two same characters twice, differently, in such a small space of time. Witnessed the same scene from 2 different perspectives. This happened in early February. I was on a hotel elevator heading to the lobby. When the doors opened, there were what looked like 4 housekeeping trainees waiting to get on the elevator, followed by an older supervisor holding a clipboard. They had to back up so that I could get off the elevator. I headed to the lobby, and then they got on. I heard the supervisor telling them that they were going to the 5th floor. About 5 minutes later, I'm headed back to my room, and as I approached the elevators, these same 5 people exited a room down the hallway and walked to the same elevator. I stopped and watched as they stood in front of the elevator door, waiting for it to open, and the supervisor told them that they were going to the 5th floor. I halfway wondered if I was about to see myself get off the elevator, but I didn't. It's possible that they went upstairs and then came back down without me seeing them, but these 2 scenarios were identical. The only difference was my perspective. Man, I don't know about you, but I love a good elevator glitch. Trousers replaced with a pillowcase. I'm completely baffled right now. I've lost my favorite pair of trousers. I washed them with my other trousers a few days ago, and I remember putting them in my trouser drawer with the others. The trousers are black with large buttons that make noise when being moved around. Today, I went for those same trousers, and they're gone. Completely vanished. In my trouser drawer was a pillow. I'm just going to say pants from now on. In my pants drawer was a pillowcase, and not a black one either. It was one of my satin bright cream pillowcases. My pillowcases are kept in a cupboard, and I couldn't have washed it with my pants since I haven't used the case in weeks. In no shape or form could I have accidentally mixed these up. I've hunted everywhere for these pants, and I do mean everywhere. I've even backed over several times, and they're honestly just gone. I lifted up my couch and I pulled out my bedding. Nothing. I considered someone stealing them, but I have security cameras in my house, and nothing's ever been picked up. I don't have one in my bedroom, sadly, but I have one just outside of it, so if anyone went in there, I'd still know. I have alarms on my attic door and my front and back doors too. Now, honestly, how have these gone missing? Premonition or glitch in the Matrix. This happened in the summer of 2000. The night before I was supposed to have my portraits made for my senior year, so it's very vivid still because it was the most crazy thing I've ever experienced. I will say I've always had really strong premonitions about things, and I just chalked it up to being an observant person. Anyway, my mother was away, caring for an aunt with cancer. My dad and brother had both worked outside that day, and they have horrible allergies, so they took a Benadryl, and they were out. Nobody to talk to about how I was feeling, so I called my mom. It was around 10 p.m., but I called anyway, and she answered. I told her, "Mom, I can't go to sleep, because if I go to sleep right now, I'm not going to wake up." She asked for clarification, but all I could tell her for sure was, if I fall asleep in my bed right now, I'm going to die tonight. I don't know, I can just feel it. And she chalked it up to just me being nervous, with a sick aunt and mom gone a lot, and a really bad breakup the Christmas before that kept me a mess ever since. I don't know, maybe all that makes sense and was stressing me out. She told me to stretch out on the sofa and just to sleep there. So I made my spot on the sofa. About an hour and a half later, I started feeling silly. So I grabbed my pillow and I went back to my bed. I'd barely dozed off when I was woken by what sounded like rushing water, and then my windows bursting in. That's when I saw the smoke and the flames. The house next door had caught fire and was fully engulfed, and because the houses were so close, ours was starting to catch as well. I got us out, got fire and police there, and even had to have an officer get my car out of the parking spot because as I pushed the brakes to put it in gear, the brake pads melted to the tires. I did get it out, by the way. The only part of our house that caught fire was my bedroom. My dad called my mom to tell her what happened, and she screamed for him to hand me the phone. She asked, "How the hell did you know that was going to happen?" And I said, "I don't know, I didn't really. I just had the strongest feeling that I can't explain that going into a deep sleep in my bed at that time meant I would never wake up." My bed was against the windows, and the charred ceiling was on what was left of my bed. To this day, she says it's the strangest phone call she's ever gotten from me, and I still can't explain how I knew that my room wasn't safe that night. I just know that if I had gone to bed, I would have been killed in a house fire. Instead, we all got out safely and insurance fixed the damage to my room. In the end, it was a bad try at insurance fraud by the neighbor who lit candles all over his house, then let all the cats in the room with the candles, then left. So the neighbor was fine. I mean, a horrible human, but still fine. Was this a glitch, or maybe just a gut feeling? Let me know. Wrong sound happened on my desk. I've posted before a few years ago about how I dropped some paper on a carpet and it sounded like metal for no reason. Well, it happened again, when the universe is seemingly playing tricks on me, I think. I had some bottles sitting on my desk, and I sat one in front of me because I was taking a picture of it, so my eyes never left the bottle. The only movement was me pulling my phone up in front of it, but I heard the sound of a bottle or some kind of item rolling off the desk. I stopped and looked all over. Nothing had fallen on the floor. Not that it could have without me seeing it, anyway. So I tried recreating the sound. I tried running my bracelet across the desk, moving my phone in different ways, and then I just kind of laughed at myself and rolled the bottle, thinking how silly I was for even trying that. But it was the same exact sound. I don't know. I have no explanation. Keyboard changed color. My school has a typing program where we need to learn how to type quickly on some kind of website. I forget what it's called, but I don't own a laptop. So I've been typing with my friend, we'll call her Amanda, on her old iPad and Bluetooth keyboard. Her favorite color is mint. So I wasn't surprised when she owned a mint keyboard. It was nice to look at and makes a satisfying noise, I guess. And I distinctly remember thinking about how it was her favorite color and that I might get one for myself. I even remember making a comment about how the color matched her favorite notebook and pencil, which are both mint as well. I was gone for a week because I was sick, and when I came back and took typing class with Amanda, the keyboard was black. So I asked, "Hey, Mandy, why'd you change the color? I thought that green one was nice." She said, "What?" Like the teal mint thing that you had going on. I thought it was cute. Why'd you change it? She just stared at me and then said, "Hey, I don't know what you're talking about. This keyboard's always been black." I laughed because I thought she was joking, but no, she was dead serious. "Mandy, you're kidding." "No, I'm not. I bought a black keyboard. Are you feeling all right, Pam?" I asked around, and everyone said it had always been black, except for one person who I'll call Randy. I said, "Hey, Randy, was Amanda's keyboard always black?" He said, "Yeah, I guess." I don't know though. I said, really? I could have sworn it used to be mint. I was about to give up, and then he said, oh yeah, it was, wasn't it? Hey Mandy, why did you change the keys? She, our classmates, hell, even the professor, all say that it's always been black, but I don't really get it, man. Did I skip timelines or something? Hey, thank you for making it all the way to the end of this episode. I really appreciate you. If you're watching on YouTube, leave a comment of your favorite emoji and let me know if you'd want more episodes just like this one, regular hour-long episodes. And if you're listening on an audio-only format like Spotify, then check out the poll in the description. See you in the next one. I can see a grid in my day-to-day life. First off, I'm going to say that I don't do any type of drugs, not even weed. It all started when one time I woke up from a very strange lucid dream. And when I woke up, I saw a grid around everything in my room for a second. I think it may have been light green in color. I didn't have sleep paralysis when I woke up and saw the grid either. Another time, I had been awake for a while and was just scrolling through Reddit when I looked up at the white wall of my room and noticed a grid around one area. This grid was dark gray in color. I've seen the dark gray grid twice while looking at a section in my room. However, I feel like the grid is everywhere, and if you focus hard enough on it, it becomes visible. I've seen the grid twice in a way where it wasn't blurry or faded, and I can see the grid a lot in my day-to-day life. It's just usually more faded, so I'd have to focus more on it to notice that it's there. Even right now, I can see it, but it's faded. If you want, you can try to see it too. It's more obvious on a white wall in a room that's not super bright. By the way, I don't even meditate to see it or take any drugs. I also don't have any medical or mental conditions that would result in hallucinations. What do you think? Have you ever seen the grid? My C-section scar is gone. First post here, and I'm not sure what to think. I had my son last year in November, and I healed pretty quickly. I ended up having to have an emergency C-section, and I've been having some issues with my self-esteem because of the scar. It's one of those horizontal ones, and just a few minutes ago, I went to check it because it was itching, but it was gone. It was just nowhere, not even faded. I'm confused. I mean, I guess I'm happy, but like, how did that happen? I know it was there just yesterday, and it's always been there since November when I had my son. Scars don't just disappear like this, and especially not overnight. It was already healed, and there was no reason for it to just vanish like nothing had ever happened. Has anyone else had anything like this happen? Or do you have any thoughts on what this could be? The picture changed as I was holding it. This is a really small glitch, but I always think of it when I hear or read anything about a glitch in the Matrix, so maybe someone will find this interesting. This happened when I was little, maybe around 6 or 9 years old. I was standing in front of our house and I had my mom's keychain in my hands, which was a transparent plastic rectangle where you could insert one photo on either side. So one photo on side A and then another photo on side B. My mom had my picture on one side and my brother's picture on the other. I was holding it in my hands, turning it around to look at my picture, and then my brother's, and then mine again, and then his again. As I did this, though, all of a sudden, both sides were of my brother. I remember being so confused and turning it around quickly to check if it had already corrected itself by then. I wasn't turning it around at such a speed that the photos would have gotten mixed or blurred or anything. I just didn't understand how that happened, and I wanted to show my parents, but obviously I couldn't, since by the time I got to my mom to show her, it was already back to normal. I don't know, this still confuses me to this day. Coincidence or simulation? For the past year, I've been experiencing something that's been tripping me out, and I just have to share it. Picture this. I'm multitasking, say watching a movie or listening to a podcast while scrolling through my phone. So I'm passively taking in whatever's playing in the background, but I'm actively reading something on my phone. Here's where it gets wild. Almost every day, whatever I'm reading on my phone aligns perfectly with what I hear from the TV or whatever podcast I'm watching at the time. And I'm not talking about common words. These are unique, specific words that aren't used in everyday language. For example, just recently, I was listening to a podcast that randomly mentioned Arkansas State at the exact moment I was reading those exact words on my phone. And this isn't a one-off. It's been happening consistently, and the most recent words that I can remember are pipeline and ankle. What are the odds of two completely different things and having a unique word come up simultaneously in both? It's so unexplainable to me, and I have really no idea what to make of it. Am I the only one that's experiencing this? Has anyone else in the world noticed these bizarre coincidences? This person includes an edit that says, "Let me make one thing clear. This is not advertisement related, and I can guarantee it. I'm actually very familiar with our phones listening to us and then spitting out ads. Here's another example that just happened. I'm currently watching a Twitch stream and working at the same time. I was typing out the word free, and the streamer I was watching said the word free at the exact time I was typing it. They're two completely unrelated tasks and also unrelated to any scrolling. It's just wild." I'm really starting to believe that I was a World War II pilot in a past life. I've been hesitant to post this anywhere or talk about it with anyone except for my closest friends and family members, but I thought you all here might appreciate it. Ever since I was literally a baby, I've been drawn to airplanes. My mom says that when I was less than a year old, I would reach for stuffed airplanes in the store and refuse to let go once she finally gave them to me. I also chose a baby swing that was shaped like an airplane, and it was in this that I said my second word after mama, airplane. This soon began to intersect with an inextricable attraction to World War II. At 2 or 3 years old, my mom says that as she was flipping through channels to get to Bob the Builder, I'd scream when she passed the History Channel, a demand to watch and then sit enraptured in front of World War II documentaries. Now keep in mind, this is when that channel covered actual history. Specifically, I was interested in World War II aviation, especially U.S. naval aviation. I had a huge coffee table book with a painting of the Battle of Midway, and I would apparently just sit for hours and stare at it. That interest continued all through my childhood. I refused to play with anything but toy models of World War II aircraft, constantly scribbled aircraft carrier battle scenes in my notebooks. I flew in a World War II B-17 at 7. I read untold dozens of books on the subject. We went to air shows, and at one point, I met with World War II pilots at one of those events. My dad left me alone with them and came back some time later to find me talking with them about things that I could have barely known. For example, how the visibility out the back of a certain plane's cockpit was hampered by the light conditions at certain altitudes and times of day. I also distinctly remember begging my grandpa to order me large die-cast model of the USS Intrepid aircraft carrier. And when it arrived, I tried to remove some of the small molded plastic aircraft from the flight deck, inexplicably drawn to the tiny versions of one plane, the Grumman Avenger torpedo bomber. I went on to start flying real planes at 12. I got my pilot's license at 17, and I joined the U.S. Navy ROTC to become a naval aviator. Throughout my training, my instructors would comment that I just seemed to know what I was doing, and the word natural was used frequently. I say this not to brag, but just to note that it was through absolutely no skill of my own. Okay, so nothing supernatural about that, right? I mean, lots of kids like airplanes and many people are interested in the Second World War, but here's the part that nags at me. For a long, long time, probably even before I had that interest in World War II, I've been having a recurring dream of what I now think of may be my past life. It's incredibly vivid and completely unlike any scene I've ever come across in a World War II movie, documentary, or anything. I've been having it once or twice a quarter for years, and it's exactly the same every time. In my dream, I'm flying a Grumman TBF Avenger over the ocean. It's dusk, and clearly a Pacific sunset. The colors are rich reds and oranges, and the sun is slanting through billowing clouds in a way that I'd never, ever seen in my real life, until I visited Hawaii at age 21. I clearly recognized the cockpit of the Avenger from its distinctive greenhouse window bracing and its unique trapezoidal instrument panel. I look out the right wing, and it's full of holes and streaming a white fuel leak. Meanwhile, I can clearly hear the radial engine running rough as it dies, backfiring, coughing, spluttering. I call to my crewman over the intercom. Avenger had a 3-man crew, but there's no response. Either the intercom is dead, or they are. I know that I won't be in the air much longer, and I have to ditch. My hands fly over the cockpit in well-trained fashion, and I can distinctly feel the grip as I reach above and unlatch the canopy in preparation for ejection. I'm scared, but confident as I guide my plane down toward the water, flare, and then stall it into a light swell. The plane skips once back into the air, and then makes a loud shh sound as it settles into the water. Although I know that Avengers are known for floating, well after ditching, thanks to their large wings and fuselage, mine are full of holes, and I know that I don't have much time. Even as I unstrap my safety harness, I feel the huge engine up front start to pull the plane forward. As the aircraft tilts up and begins to sink nose first, I reach above me to pull back the canopy, which I had previously unlatched. However, the force of the impact must have jammed it shut. I reach up and I try to wrench it back, but it doesn't budge. As the water begins to cover the cockpit windshield, I start to feel a raw animal panic. I scream and I tear desperately at the canopy release, but with a sickening lurch, I feel the plane yield to gravity and begin its final descent. At that moment, I wake up, often bolt upright and covered in sweat. Now, I know this sounds a lot like the case of James Leininger, but I had truly never heard of that story until I woke up soaked one night in 2020 and Googled World War II pilot past life. The similarities are eerie. I'm usually a pretty skeptical person, but I'm beginning to think that a past version of me flew an Avenger and died in the Pacific around 1944. Curious to hear your thoughts. I'm also going to an air show next weekend, the first one I've been to since I was a child. This air show scheduled to feature multiple restored Avengers, and I'm planning to do whatever it takes to get the owners to let me sit in one, and I'll report back here. This person includes an edit that says, "Oh man, I can't believe I forgot one of the best parts until I was talking to my fiance about my post here last night. When I was about 7, and I know I was 7 because Drake and Josh had just come out, and I remember watching it after my flying sessions. I would play a flight simulator on my family's computer every night too. Again, nothing unusual about that. However, without fail, before I started flying in the game, I would pretend to be asleep on my couch, my bunk, before yelling, 'Now hear this, now hear this, pilots, man your planes.' Jolting awake, running upstairs, leaping over the arm of my computer chair and beginning to throw imaginary switches. And for those of you that aren't World War II nerds, that phrase is exactly how World War II U.S. Navy aircraft carriers would call pilots over the loudspeaker to begin a mission. Something that was absolutely not simulated in any of my games. Hey, Derek here. I'm going to try and stay in touch with this person so I can ask how his air show went after the weekend passes, and if there's any updates, I'll be sure to include them in the very next video that's available. But for now, let's do some more. Is that your mom? I'm not sure if this is a glitch, but if someone could help me understand, I would really appreciate it. My friend was coming to pick me up, and we were going to take a long drive to see another friend. I had asked my parents to watch my son, and while I was getting ready, I had this unsettling feeling that if I went, I wasn't going to see my son again, and that something bad was going to happen to me. But I kind of just brushed it off. My friend called and told me that she was almost at my house. I hung up, and then something yelled at me loudly, saying, "Do not take that long drive." I don't know, it literally freaked me out. I had never felt anything like that before. So now, I'm getting in my friend's car, and I'm thinking, how am I going to tell her that we can't go? But as soon as I get in, she starts to tell me, I don't think we should go. Something was telling me that if we go, something bad would happen to us. And I told her that I was thinking of a way to tell her the same thing, and I explained what had happened to me while I was getting ready. We ended up just going to Winn-Dixie. It's a store that's about 3 minutes away from my house. She had some groceries that she needed to get, and we got some dinner together, and then she brought me back home. Now, it's dark outside, and we pull up to my house. As I'm about to get out, a car pulls up in front of us, and I just thought it was somebody going to my neighbor's house. As I'm walking to my door, my friend calls me and asks, "Is that your mom in the car? They keep trying to pull up like they want to get in your driveway." I had knocked on my door, waiting for someone to open it for me, but then I went to look in the car, and I was like, that is my mom, and I could see in the car because the middle light was on. I told my friend, "Why is she moving weird? Something's off, like the way she's moving is just different." And then I realized, that's not her car. Whose car was my mom driving? As I'm looking at my mom in this car I've never seen before, my mom opens the door for me to come inside. I tell my friend, "Oh no, wait, that's not my mom. My mom just opened the door." At this time, I didn't know what to think, and I went inside my house while my friend left. I went back to look at the car outside, and I saw a car turn into my neighbor's driveway, back out, and then leave. But I'm not sure if that was the car my mom was in or someone else's, so I don't know for sure where the car went after I finally went inside. I was just so confused about what had happened. I shared the first part of the story to show how the night started out a little bit weird, but then it ended, potentially, dangerous. Teleportation glitch while patrolling as a night guard. For several years, I worked as a guard at an office building which included 5 floors and 4 underground floors. The underground floors were mainly for parking. Every 2 hours, we needed to patrol all the floors starting at 5 and then go down each floor via the elevator. At floor -3, which is a parking lot, there's a long walk that connects the office building with a courthouse for cars to drive between the two. This takes about a 7-minute walk there. In my patrols, I need to go there to the checking points, but I never did this because no one instructed me on how to get to it. The few times I tried to find it by myself, at night by the way, it's pretty spooky, ended up with me being lost and having to go back. So I always pass that place, turn around, and then go to the elevator to get to the -4th floor. 2 weeks before my resignation, I told myself, what the heck, I'll go there again and I'll try to find it. So I got to the -3 level in the elevator, I checked the nearest checkpoint with my work phone app, I need to scan a barcode with it, and then I continued to the courthouse. But here's the weird part. When I got to the place where the road to the courthouse is supposed to be, I found the wall of the -4th floor. I was stunned. I thought maybe I did go to the -4th floor by accident, which seems pretty weird by itself because every few meters there's a sign on the wall indicating which floor you're currently on. I went back, noticing now that every sign on the wall says -4. And I thought, okay, maybe I did go to the wrong floor after all. But when I got back to the elevator, it said -3. The hour was 3 a.m., I was alone, and you need a key, which I had one at the time, thankfully, to work the elevator. Above all that, when I start the patrol, I lock all the doors to the building so no one can get in while I'm not at the entrance. I know I didn't get to the -4th floor by accident while walking, since you need to walk about 10 minutes just to do that in a pitch black tunnel, which I never ever did since I'm afraid of the dark. Too many scary movies, I guess. That's the first and last time that I had a glitch in my life, and I really don't know how this could happen. This person says, I hope this made sense because English is not my first language. I think you did good, buddy. Still haunted, and it's been 12 years. Since childhood, I've been plugged in, connected, I don't know, however you want to put it, to the point where my parents were frightened and they took me to specialists in both mental health and the unexplained. 12 years ago, I opened up to my therapist about some of this, and she opened up to me, admitting that she's also trained in hypnosis, past life regression, and does things in the world of the unexplained outside of psychology. She offered a free, outside of therapy, past life regression session, admitting she was incredibly curious how it would be for me. The past life regression session went well, And here's some of the things that we discovered. I was able to confirm several things from different vignettes of memory that apparently actually happened/existed, and in one case, believed to have even found record of the person that I was. I don't think about those things too much. I mean, they're fascinating for sure, but I don't think they'll be explained or even need to be in this lifetime. What haunts me is that the last memory moment we explored. Haunting is what it feels like, but not necessarily in a negative or like a scary way, just that the sensations and the thoughts linger. I was definitely not human. I wasn't addressing this while under hypnosis, but I was describing things unhuman. I could feel the plates of my face and multiple parts of my mouth that worked together. I apparently was speaking in a different way and with different grammar than I always had been. And my therapist later said that it seemed like I was struggling with translation at this point. I remember the drive to find my child. I remember how white my surroundings were. I knew that I had been forced to kill and might need to do more to get my child. I could make internal and external noises. I mean, I don't know how else to describe that. And I saw things so differently. There was a metallic taste and a metallic whispery noise enveloping me. The body sensations were intense, and I can still remember feeling all of my parts. My therapist brought me out of hypnosis because I started to panic and make noises that she, quote, did not like. This experience was odd and discombobulating overall, so my therapist didn't talk too much about anything in the moment, but over the next few months, we did discuss it. It seemed like maybe I was an insect, or maybe something that I don't even know exists, or my brain was just playing a little prank on us. Anyway, it's something I don't talk about much, but I think about fairly often. I found this subreddit today and figured I might as well share with people who may be interested. The Boy Who Ran. It was a school night and our family had just had dinner. It was rice-a-roni, meatloaf, and green beans. I hated it. Anyway, about an hour or so passes and I head upstairs to go to bed. Now, to get upstairs, we have two stairways. One leads to the kitchen, the other the living room, which then has a staircase up to the bedrooms. I take the staircase leading from the foyer to the living room, and as I head up the staircase, I see my little brother, who's about 5 at the time, run from his room to the bathroom, both of which are located on each side of the top of the staircase leading up from the living room. I say to him out loud, "Man, you better get to bed before you get in trouble." When suddenly, my little brother comes upstairs from the staircase from the foyer to the kitchen, which is a floor beneath me. And then he passes me and says, "Good night," then proceeds to go upstairs and then go to his room and close the door. I stand there, frozen. If my brother was downstairs, then who did I see run out of his room to the bathroom? Why did I think it was my brother? Or maybe I'm overthinking it and my brother just has super speed. I don't know. All jokes aside, I was so freaked out I ran upstairs past the bathroom without even looking to see what could have been in there and went into my room and I slammed the door shut. I waited that whole night for a face, but it never came. But this night stuck with me for a while, and I'm just curious, does anyone have any theories on what that could have been? A coin just fell into my boot from a country I visited 10 years ago. I'm trying to make sense of what happened this morning to me while I was at work. I know it can't just be a coincidence. Both of those... coincidence. He said I'm trying to make sense, and he knows it can't be a coincidence. Both of those puns were intended because I use humor to cope with situations. While at work this morning, I was recycling some metal for the company that I work for. I was making laps from the table to the recycling bin as the metal is so heavy, I just carry one at a time. I'd been doing this for about a half an hour when I felt something fall into my boot. It's not an uncommon occurrence of things falling into my boots, considering I don't tie them up really tight, and my jeans usually rest inside my boots, like John Bender from The Breakfast Club. I feel it slide down my ankle and rest at the bottom of my boot and jiggle around while I finish making my lap. After tossing the metal in the bin, I take my boot off and shake out the debris that I felt fall in. As it falls in the dirt, I see that it's a coin about the size of a nickel or maybe a quarter. I think to myself, that's strange, because I didn't have any change on me that day, and I hadn't even used any cash in several weeks. I pick up the coin and I realize that it's neither a nickel or a quarter. It's a 20-cent coin from Bang Negra, Malaysia. My mind kind of froze when I picked it up. What in the actual hell? Why? How? When? And what? I live in the US and I visited Malaysia probably 10 years ago, almost to the day. I had a weekend port visit there when I was in the Navy on a deployment. I did keep a couple of coins from the places I visited because it was just change that was left over from the trip, but that was 10 years ago. Plus, all of my change I collected from them is in my storage unit, and I haven't even seen that in years. I'm so baffled about what has happened that now I can't even currently focus at work. I need some kind of opinion or outside perspective that I can't think of as to what just happened. The boots that I wear are military style, but not the same boots from my deployment. Some of the comments in this story include people asking if he was thinking about his time in the Navy while doing laps. The OP said that he wasn't, and that he was actually happier not thinking about that time. OP also said that this part of his deployment was one of the least memorable. There were no excursions, nothing significant. He just ate at a couple of places, wandered the shopping malls, and he didn't even buy a souvenir. But this next one was kind of weird. Somebody commented, maybe it's a cry from help from the storage unit. They said they know that sounds silly, but it still might be something to check on. OP says, there may actually be some relevancy in this comment. I'll try to head over to it sometime today or tomorrow, and we'll follow up with the results from said visit. And of course, if there's any follow-ups that I need to add concerning this story, I'll be sure to do so in the next episode. Ring goes missing for a year and then reappears exactly where it disappeared. A few years ago, I found a beautiful tanzanite and diamond ring on sale at a jewelry shop. I was able to do a layaway plan over 4 months and finally brought it home. It's the most expensive piece of jewelry I've ever owned, and I loved this ring. At the time, the ring fit perfect. However, about a year ago, I needed to resize it as I'd put on some weight. I put the ring in its box and bag, took it to my car, and placed it in my glove compartment while I ran some other errands. I ended up having to go home before I made it to the jewelry shop, so I left the ring in the car, which was parked in my garage, by the way, and I planned to take it the next time I was out. 2 days later, when I pull up to the jewelry store, I went to get the ring out of the glove compartment, and it wasn't there. I tore the car up looking for it, but it was nowhere. I go home and I check everywhere just to be sure that the ring really is gone. The only thing that I can think of is that someone got into my car during my errands and took it. Over the last year, I've cleaned and vacuumed my car many times, always hoping I would somehow find the ring. About 3 months ago, I bought an even smaller, cheaper version of the same ring just because it was tanzanite, but it wasn't as nice as my original ring. Well, 4 days ago, I hopped in my car, and guess what was sitting on the passenger floorboard? The bag with the box that had the ring inside of it, packed up and ready for the jeweler, with the original receipt and everything. I have absolutely no idea where this ring could have been for the last year, and no clue how it would even be possible to miss it in the meantime. I mean, I've torn this car apart multiple times looking for it. It's like it somehow just moved forward in time, and nobody else drives my car. I don't know. What do you think happened? Have you ever felt like there was someone missing? This is going to sound really weird, but I've been experiencing weird flashbacks and dreams lately. It's usually of recent events within my friend group, and everything happens as I remember it, but for some reason, there's always an extra boy there. Like a boy who would interact with my friends and had their own dynamics going on, yet I'm certain I've never actually met him. Even looking at photos in those memories where I can find the exact real-life photo, the spot where he would be in my memories during the picture being taken is now just an empty spot. I don't know how to explain it. I can remember him being there, but there's no evidence that he's ever existed. For example, one of my friends had a wedding recently, and during the dance portion, I remember our whole group took turns being the one person dancing in the center of our circle of friends, and I know he wasn't there, yet I remember him dancing too. And in the wedding video that we played back, the portion of the song I remember him dancing to, nobody was in the middle for that portion on the tape. It feels like there was someone that's supposed to be here too, yet for some reason, he's just gone. When I first directly saw him in a dream, I felt overwhelmed, like he was someone that I really miss, but at the same time, I'm completely sure I've never met this guy. I even talked about it with some of my friends, and a lot of them just looked at me like I was crazy. But I felt compelled to post about it when some of my friends actually said that they can vaguely remember him too. One of my friends was even able to recall his exact dance moves that he did at the wedding. But again, that video shows nobody danced like that during his part of the song. Another instance is 2 months ago at our friend's birthday party. The boy accidentally spilled his drink on one of my friends, and she flipped out because it stained her outfit. And my friends all remember that a drink got spilled on her and her being pissed off about it. But she claims that never happened. And in all the pictures we took at the end of the night, her outfit had no stains. I don't know. I have no idea what this all means, and it feels very schizo. But other people remember this boy being there during all these crazy hangouts too. So it can't just be me being crazy, can it? Doctor changed color. So, I'm not into paranormal stuff, nor am I superstitious in any way, so you can imagine my confusion over what happened. My son brought home the plague from school, and after 3 weeks of vomiting, I went to the doctor. I'm in Australia, so it's not as expensive over here. And because it was an emergency appointment, I didn't have the possibility to pick my doctor, so the doctor I was seeing for the day was Dr. Dan. I walk in, and yes, I'm sick, but I also drove to this appointment and had been at work earlier in the day, so I'm not on death's door or anything. And there sits a young, white, Australian man who did an absolutely excellent job, and off I went home with a bunch of antibiotics. When I get home, my husband has also succumbed to this plague, and I highly recommend Dr. Dan. I tell my husband all about Dr. Dan, and the next day he makes an appointment and he goes in. Imagine my surprise when my husband comes back home with a bunch of antibiotics and a story to tell. He then proceeds to tell me that while Dr. Dan is indeed fantastic, he's not white or young, and he's not Australian. In fact, I think he's Indian. Guys, I'm telling you that I would have testified in court under oath that Dr. Dan was a young, white, Australian guy. I even looked on their websites at the doctors that are available, and there was Dr. Dan, an Indian man, middle-aged dude, the darker complexion. I've never hallucinated in my life, and although I was sick, I wasn't that sick, so I have no explanation. That's the one and only thing of its kind to ever happen to me. All I know is Dr. Dan was awesome and had me back up and running within 3 days. This person includes an edit that says, I also asked reception if there was a student doctor or a fill-in doctor at the time, and they said no. It was only ever Dr. Dan. Something else I remember that'll prove it was the same doctor that my husband and I saw was that when my husband went in, he said to the doctor, my wife was in yesterday and she was given antibiotics. I'm feeling sick and thought I may need them too. To which Dr. Dan said to my husband, yes, I remember your wife. She was quite sick. So that proves it was the same guy. At least, to me it does. Where did this light switch come from? I've lived in my home for 10 years, and I decorate our foyer wall every season. So like 40 times at a minimum that I've worked with this wall. It's a prominent but small wall. It's only 6 feet wide, and it faces the front door. I'm a perfectionist, and I stress over things being centered, straight, and balanced. So I go to change out the wall hanging, and I'm centering it, but now there's a second light switch on the wall, one on the left, and now one on the right. It's not the same distance from the edge as the one on the left, so it throws off things looking centered. If I'd had this problem every season/holiday for 10 years, I think I'd remember. I have a ton of pics of the wall from all of my decorating, and sure as shoot, it's all in the pics, and now everything looks off-center. This gets even weirder though. The switch turns on the upstairs hall light. Just last week, the upstairs hallway light stopped working, and I haven't gotten around to changing the bulb. But it apparently wasn't the bulb, because when I flipped the new switch, the hallway light came on. There's only one light in our house that has 2 switches that control it and have to be on for it to work. Never in 10 years has the upstairs hallway light not worked and had not been the bulb. I never had to explain to the kids about 2 switches for the hall light like the one downstairs. So, not only do I have a new light switch, but someone also randomly flipped it for the first time in 10 years the same week that I've discovered it. It's just me and my adult son in the house, and I haven't had company in forever. My son doesn't remember the switch either, but it's right in the foyer, right when you walk in. The whole thing gives me this weird feeling, like maybe I have some faint, weird memory of it being there, but I 100% know I've never used that switch and never had a time that changing the bulb upstairs didn't make it work again. Not once have I ever said, the hallway light isn't working, must be the downstairs switch. Never. How was the first time I notice it also the same week that it's flipped and affects the light upstairs? So, Captain Crunch, weird. You know, I don't think I've ever done a UFO story. Let's do one now. UFO I saw in Northern Ontario. When I was a teenager, I would take these month-long canoe trips every summer. They lasted about a month and would usually consist of whitewater canoeing, although some of the trips were on flat water. All of these trips took place in Northern Ontario and Quebec, around the town of Temagami, for context. The trips were part of a summer camp that focused on self-reflection and testing yourself. It was the same group of guys year after year for 9 years. The final trip I did was when I was 19 and took us over 300 miles down the Hurricane River, which splits between Quebec and Ontario. It's very remote. We would pass an off-grid hunting cabin every few days where we would use the water tank to replenish our water bags. There were no roads and only the occasional snowmobile trail for hundreds and hundreds of miles. The goal of the trip was to take this great river to the mouth of the James Bay, which is connected to the Hudson Bay. We would then paddle across the open bay, about 60 miles of open water, to a sandbar where we would spend the night, before continuing to the remote indigenous town of Moosonee, Ontario. Before we got to the open bay, we were camping on marshland. Due to the tides, we had a unique sleep schedule. We would fall asleep in our tents by 10 p.m., to wake up at 3 a.m. to catch the tide. It was about 11 p.m. and I was sitting crouched on my heels on the riverbank, watching the moon and listening to the waterfowl. As I was sitting there, a shiny cylindric object about the size of a paper towel roll with rounded ends shot past me about 20 feet to my left, the opposite direction of where the tents were. It plunged down into the river in a diagonal fashion, so it only splashed a little bit, before shooting back out a few hundred feet downstream. It instantly accelerated to the speed of sound and vanished, creating a sonic boom. People started coming out of their tents, curious about the noise. I told them it was probably a hunter in the area. For reference, this happened in 2012, and a few years ago, I told my friends this over some drinks, and they understandably thought I was joking. But I know what I saw, and it was the only time I've ever heard the sound barrier broken. My boyfriend's photos came back to me. 3 weeks ago, I went to a wedding with my boyfriend and his friends. There was one of those photo booths there, and we all took some photos. There were 8 strips of photos, 2 copies of 4. I ended up taking all the copies home, as he asked me to do, and we agreed that I'd give them to him when I saw him again. The following week, I went over to his house, and since I'm one of those people that packs the night before, I put the photos in my bag so I wouldn't forget them. One of the copies had actually gotten oil on them from some food, so I made sure to give him the nice copies and pack them quickly so nothing else would get on them. I was kind of talking out loud, so my flatmate, who, by the way, did not attend the wedding but does know him and did see the photos, she knew what I was doing. This will come into play in just a little bit. The next day, I see my boyfriend. I took the photos out of my bag before I did anything else. I put them on his bed, and then I sat down after that, and he smiled at me in this really specific way, which is why I remember it really vividly. He was happy to get them, and we went on with our day. 2 days ago, I was actually thinking about those photos because I realized I wasn't sure where I had put my copies. Then, they were just right next to me. I counted my photos and realized I had an extra 5, not 4, and I was confused because I had thought that I had given him all 4, but maybe I had forgotten to give him this one. Well, today, now 3 weeks later, he tells me that I never gave him the photos. Like, he literally just told me right before making this post. He said it so casually. He just asked me when he could expect to get them. And, well, here I am, absolutely confused because I remember giving him the photos. I remember the memory exactly as I described it here. Sure enough, though, I look over, and all 8 copies are right next to me. I kind of just froze and asked my flatmate about the day that I gave the photos, and she tells me that, yes, I did give them to him. She remembers me packing them, and that when I came home, I'd even told her that he'd been happy when he got them because of that big smile that I remember. But here they are, in front of me. All 8 copies, and I apparently never gave them to him. Now I'm just really confused. My flatmate and I are the only ones who remember the fact that I gave them. And before anyone asks, no, it's not a prank of any kind. My flatmate and boyfriend are not those types of people, and they don't talk much except for when he comes to visit me. He's not gaslighting me about the fact that I didn't give them, because all the photos are still literally on my bed as I type this. He genuinely doesn't remember that happening, because I guess it never did. I'm positive I had a past life on the Titanic. My name is Bella. I'm 16 years old, and my story began when I was 7. The Titanic didn't feel like a new discovery, but an old, forgotten memory being found again. I became deadly obsessed with it, constantly watched movies, documentaries, read tons of books, and drew pictures of the Titanic every day, but it never felt like enough. I get very emotional and homesick when I engage in anything Titanic related. I always felt a deep connection to the Titanic and the passengers on it, and I felt as if maybe I knew them personally, and it felt like my original true home. Every time I see a fact about the Titanic, I unintentionally think, oh, I remember that. The ocean was always an emotionally heavy place for me. Not just because I love nature, but because I knew it was where the Titanic was. Especially since the ocean I live closest to is the Atlantic. I refuse to swim in it. Something just, doesn't feel right. I always felt like my obsession wasn't just out of pure interest, but something much bigger. Once I learned about past lives, I thought, maybe I had a past life from the Titanic. But I never tried doing anything about it since I felt like most people wouldn't believe me. In April of 2023, I wanted to get to the bottom of why I felt this way all these years and to get my clarity. So I did some digging and found a past life regression meditation. I saw myself as a young woman with long brown hair wearing a white gown and walking inside of a ship that looked exactly like Titanic's grand staircase and heard terrible groaning sounds coming from the hull. I got scared and jolted awake, and I immediately realized what happened. I knew right away that it was Titanic. I remembered the narrator saying a name would appear in my mind, and the name was Elsie. Shaking, I rushed to look it up, doubting I'd find anything, but a woman describing the exact one I was in my regression showed up, and her name was Elsie Bowerman. I don't know if you know who she is, but she was a survivor of the sinking. I looked at her and I felt an immediate connection and started literally just bawling my eyes out. It felt like all of my questions were answered and a huge weight was lifted from my body. It was such a relief. I finally knew why I felt the way I did for all these years. To this day, the Titanic means so much to me, and I think about it every single day. You don't have to believe me. I just wanted to share my story. NPC texture updated mid-train ride. I couldn't wrap my head around what I saw, so I'm hoping I can just talk it out here with you. I take the train to work every morning. Lately, now that summer is rapidly approaching here in Colorado, the sun is fully up and over the neighboring buildings by the time I get to the station, so it's not like I'm making my commute in the dim, mid-morning light of dawn. Today, I get on like normal and can see the train is mostly empty except for one other guy. Sitting right by the door in plain sight is an obviously Indian/Middle Eastern gentleman. Black hair, clean-shaven, tan skin, glasses, with a dark green sweater. He was young, probably mid-20s. I made eye contact with him as I got on and walked past his seat and took mine, which was facing toward the front of the car, with my back to him. We only had gone one stop, so there was no opportunity for anyone to get on or off the train since I sat down. The train pulls into the station and the doors open. From behind me, someone passed by my seat. I look up and for a moment their back was facing me, but I saw the same dark green sweater of the man that I made contact with just one stop ago. They turn around, and I'm shaken to see a 60-something-year-old white man with stark white hair and a short, scraggly, neon white beard wearing the same dark green sweater. I stare at him in disbelief for a moment before we make eye contact again, but I quickly looked away because now my adrenaline is firing on full blast and I can't understand who or what I'm seeing now. I look behind me as the man exits, and sure enough, the seat where I saw the first man was empty. I'm not blind. I have very good eyes, as a matter of fact, and I have no psychological disorders beyond ADHD, which, last I checked, doesn't make you hallucinate people's age or skin color or facial hair. Though, now I'm not sure, and I might need to talk with my psych about this. Could someone with a similar sweater have gotten on the train behind me, walked past me just to exit the car while the original man left the car behind me? Well, yes, but why would they get on the train just to get off through a different exit? I'm sure there's a good explanation for this, but I just can't think of one. CD appeared in my car. This happened a few years ago, and I still haven't been able to figure it out. I drove my car with my 2 children, who were 4 and 5 at the time, to my grandmother's house for Nana school. This was during the panini, so schools were closed. All of my aunts and their grandchildren would meet up at my grandma's for school. It was honestly pretty adorable. Anyway, I was the first one there, and left before anyone else had showed up. Who was all there at the time was my grandma, grandpa, myself, and my 2 children. I get my kids unloaded and into the house. My grandpa's cooking breakfast. My grandma and I chat about whatever, and I say goodbye to my kids, and I head back out to my car. On the center console is a brand new CD that hadn't been there before, nor had I ever seen or even heard of the artist. I went back in to ask my grandma if it was hers and to tell her that somehow it ended up in my car, but she says no, and I just go on to call my husband and ask him if maybe he'd placed it in there and maybe I just didn't notice. He says he's never seen it before and has never even heard of the artist. My disc player in my car doesn't work, and I haven't tried all that hard to find a CD player to listen to it. It's still in my car, and it's been driving around with me for quite some time now. Maybe a guardian angel of some sort, I don't know. I think about it every so often, with the thought, I really should give that a listen. But also, maybe I shouldn't. Our friend's glasses vanished at a sleepover. This happened 5.5 years ago, around the winter of 2018. My friends and I were at our friend's house for a sleepover, as we usually did on the weekends. The 4 of us, which was me, Alex, Nate, and Kyle, pulled up to our friend's, Michael's house at 8 p.m. The 5 of us were the usual crew, as our main friend group, throughout all of high school, and we would always hang out at Michael's house, even nowadays. Back then, his house was like our second home, pretty much. It was like we lived there on the weekends. Michael's house has 3 floors, a top floor with all the bedrooms, a middle floor primarily consisting of the living room and the kitchen, and then there was the basement, which is where we usually hung out when we were at his house. Tonight, however, we started off in the basement and then decided to migrate to Michael's room upstairs. So there we were, just having a good time in Michael's room, and at a certain point in the night, Alex and I decided to start wrestling each other. It wasn't all that serious. I mean, the wrestling itself was, but there was no ill intent behind it. We would always just wrestle because, why not? While Alex and I were wrestling, I thought it would be funny to take Alex's glasses off, which is exactly what I did. Mid-wrestle, I snatched Alex's glasses off of his face and threw them underneath Michael's bed. That way, they were in a safe spot where no one would accidentally step on them and break them. In the meantime, Nate, Kyle, and Michael were standing on the other side of the room, away from the bed, and keep that in mind, watching us, laughing and egging us on, just, guy stuff. Alex was kinda mad that I took his glasses from him, so the wrestling match pretty much immediately stopped as he grabbed me by the shirt and then said in an angrily manner, "Where are my glasses?" I responded with, "Relax, man, chill out, they're under the bed." Alex then lets go of me and lays down on the floor to peek underneath the bed. "Bro, where are they? I don't see them." "Alright, hey, maybe it's because you're more blind than Helen Keller without your glasses. Let me look, I'll show you," is what I told him. I then proceed to check underneath the bed and nothing. No glasses, at all. And keep in mind, our 3 other friends were still on the opposite side of the bedroom, away from the bed. At this point, just having their own conversation, living in their own world, away from what Alex and I were dealing with. Despite that, though, I was still a little bit suspicious, and asked them anyways if they had seen or took Alex's glasses. The 3 of them just kinda gave me a look of confusion and said, "No, we didn't touch them." They then decided to help Alex and I look for the glasses. "Are you kidding me, bro? Where are they? Why did you even have to touch them?" Alex was starting to get pretty mad. I tried to plead my innocence. I said, "I swear, bro, I placed them underneath the bed, I promise. What the hell happened to them?" Deep down, though, I felt pretty guilty, but also extremely confused. I knew it wasn't my fault, as I swear on everything that I love, I placed them underneath the bed. The 5 of us searched. Forget underneath the bed, we looked at the entire bedroom, from the desk drawers, the closet, and even the clothes drawers. 20 to 30 minutes had to have passed by the time we just concluded the glasses were not in that bedroom anymore. I'm not exaggerating when I say that these glasses actually despawned from Michael's bedroom. Now, at this point, you're probably thinking one of these idiots probably took the glasses from underneath the bed and hid them. But trust me, I thought the exact same thing in the moment, as it seemed like the only plausible explanation. Now, that would make sense if it wasn't for the fact that Nate, Kyle, and Michael weren't anywhere near us or the glasses the entire time that Alex and I were wrestling. We even made every one of us swear on our own mothers that we didn't take the glasses from under the bed. That might seem like a pretty stupid method of collecting evidence, but in our friend group, swearing on your own mom was something that we all took very seriously. And it was our way of saying, "Alright, cut the bullshit and stop messing with me. Tell me the dead honest truth." And it was a method that had a 100% success rate of seeing if one of us was telling the truth or not. On top of that, we checked one by one and patted every one of us down to see if any of us took the glasses, even Alex himself. After all of that investigative work, we found nothing. No glasses, not even a clue as to where the glasses could have gone. These glasses were not in the room at all. Not hidden in a drawer, not on any of us, and most confusingly, not underneath that bed. All of us were so visibly confused that the glasses just vanished. Poor Alex was way more frustrated than confused, though. We decided to take the search to the basement, which, doesn't really make sense, but after all, we were originally hanging out down there, and at this point, we were running out of ideas. Keep in mind, none of us have left Michael's room once since we entered it originally. Not to go to the bathroom or to grab a snack, nothing. We all exited Michael's room and started heading downstairs together. Once we made our way to the basement, we headed towards the couch area and we were all in complete shock. Because there they were. Alex's glasses. They were folded up, sitting in a tiny little bin of TV remotes, situated on the TV stand. How on God's green earth did the glasses end up down here? We pretty much all said out loud. Alex honestly didn't care how they ended up down there. He was just relieved to have his glasses back. And I'm not kidding when I say he can't see a thing without his glasses. For the rest of us, though, we were honestly baffled, confused, and a little creeped out. Given the entire story that I just laid out for you all, it just made absolutely no sense how the glasses ended up down there. After the glasses were found, I literally brought each person in one by one into a separate room downstairs, even Alex, and interrogated them just to try to get some answers, as I was still a little bit suspicious. Nothing. After that, we kinda just went on with our night, played some video games, but in the back of all of our minds was the biggest mind bender we'd all ever experienced. And just to be clear, the glasses that we found in the basement were 100% Alex's glasses, and not just a random pair from around the house, as Alex himself inspected the glasses and confirmed that it was the exact company, color, and even screw type found in his glasses. And of course the prescription matched up too. These were, without a doubt, Alex's glasses, which just seemingly teleported from the top floor of the house to the basement. Nowadays, 5.5 years later, it's kind of nothing but a memory anymore, but every so often, that strange night does get brought up in our friend group. And to this day, nobody's come forth. No answers were found, no explanations can be theorized, and we're all still a bit, let's just say perplexed by what happened all that time ago. Were we all just going crazy? Who knows? But 5.5 years later, we still have no explanation for what happened that night. But what do you guys think? Heard backpack fall before it fell. I was getting ready for work in the mirror, putting my eyeliner on, and my backpack was on my boyfriend's computer chair just to the left of me, sitting there. All was quiet. Then suddenly, I heard a crash. A crash which sounded like a backpack falling to the floor, because that's what it sounded like, but it didn't come from the left. But I looked over at my backpack anyway, and it was still sitting there. I paused and racked my brains a bit. I asked myself, well, what fell then? It sounded close, and the weird thing was that even though it sounded like my backpack falling, the sound didn't seem to come from any specific location. When I heard it, it was almost like the sound was in my head and all around me. I continued to do my eyes, and a few minutes passed as I was trying to make my wingtips, and then I hear the exact same crash again, except this time it's from my left, and I see my backpack hit the floor. No one else was in the apartment with me, by the way, and the place is teensy tiny. There's no open windows, so no wind. Nothing upstairs was out of place, and I did go check. But my only question is, what happened? Schrodinger's bathroom light. I have an extremely weak bladder, which necessitates several trips to the bathroom at night in the pitch black. Owing to poor, uncorrected vision as a very young child, I've never really relied on my vision, but relied more heavily on my other senses. So it's nothing to me to have to go up a few stairs to the bathroom, brush my teeth, and use the conveniences without having to turn any light on. Which is exactly what happened last night. Except, in a break to my usual routine, as I left the bathroom without thinking, I reached out and grabbed for the light switch and switched it off. I stood there for a moment, scratching my head, trying to run through the sequence of events. I'm almost 100% certain that I didn't switch the light on, as I remember feeling around for my toothbrush and my toothpaste. But I do remember switching the light off and having the sense of being plunged into darkness. When I got back to my room, I checked with my partner to see if she was aware of the light going on and then off, but she hadn't noticed anything. I'm a real creature of habit with a good memory, so this has really thrown me for a loop. The trains switched directions. I've been waiting to post this for about a year, and I'll try to keep it short and sweet. I work for a moving company in Virginia, so me and 2 other guys were in a box truck headed to a customer's house. The driver takes a route that involves crossing train tracks, and we get stuck at the crossing. Our truck, being the first in line, is paused at the tracks. My coworker and I joke about it, giving him a hard time because it's a freight train and often that takes 15 minutes or so to pass. Within a few minutes, a train starts passing from the other direction as well. These are 2 sets of tracks that run parallel. So, the second set a little beyond has a freight train that's running east to west, and the tracks that are closest to us has a train going west to east. These tracks are near my house, and I've walked them both directions many times. We were watching, looking at the graffiti, and I happened to look down just for a second when I hear my coworker exclaim, "What the Lucky Charms?" I look up and I notice immediately that the trains have switched directions. Now, the one closest to us is going east to west, and vice versa. We all confirmed with each other that it happened and proceeded to watch both trains go along for about 10 minutes until they finally passed. Like I said, I know these tracks well, and there's no way that they could have crossed. I mean, the tracks run parallel for miles, and each train was extremely long. This is one of the most startling experiences I've ever had concerning glitches in the Matrix. The only comparable experiences have been objects reappearing or doubling, and I do tend to believe that something odd is happening, but they're still so hard to prove. The trains switching has no explanation, and 2 other people saw it with me. If anyone else has a similar experience, I would love to hear it. Dishes that put themselves away. This peculiar incident took place well over a decade ago, in a house that had been my home for the majority of my life. The house, steeped in memories, was a cozy abode shared with my mom. At the time of this inexplicable occurrence, I was in the kitchen tidying up after a meal. Our kitchen, which is a pretty compact space, housed the dishwasher, oven, and cupboards in a narrow, corridor-shaped area. This layout, with just enough room to open these appliances, will play a crucial role in the unfolding of this story. I just finished running the dishes through the dishwasher. I was putting them away. I got to the point of putting the Tupperware away, which is usually the last thing I did as I emptied the dishwasher. I picked up a few of the half dozen or so items that were left, turned to put them away, put them in the cupboard, and then turned around to grab some more, and I noticed that the dishwasher was now empty. What in the store brand Cocoa Pebbles was going on? I wondered out loud as I stared at the empty dishwasher momentarily before turning around and looking at the Tupperware cupboard again, only to see that the rest of what was left was neatly, already, put away in their space. I felt a chill run through my body as I wondered how the hell that was possible. I know that there were a few items to put away, yet there was no way that I could have grabbed all of them at once. It wasn't possible that someone else could have done it, because, as I stated before, I was home alone at the time, and even if I wasn't, there was no way that anyone could have gotten by me without me noticing because of the way the kitchen was set up. I don't know what happened. It was just bizarre. It disturbed me so much that I left the kitchen in its state and laid on my bed to collect myself while I rested. It was all just too weird. I don't know, dude. I'd love it if my dishes put themselves away, right? This next story is from an anonymous user that sent me an Instagram DM. It says, "Hi, so sorry to send this here, but I don't have YouTube or Twitter or Facebook, but I do have a short glitch story that I want to share. I live in Africa, and back in the 70s, my dad, who was a big motorbike fan and loved to just head out and see where the road took him, crashed his bike on a lonely path in the middle of nowhere. He always said he didn't know how he got the bike up on its stand as he'd shattered his leg. Well, he'd spent the night in the bush, surrounded by petrol-spilled drunken zebras, and by the grace of God, no lions. The next day, some people who had seen this crazy dude head into the blue the previous day came by and rescued him. The glitch is that last year, I was going through my dad's things after he'd passed, and I found a photo of him being airlifted out, which I'd never seen before. That's so cool, I thought, and why haven't I ever seen this picture before? So, I placed it in a small stack of other photos that I'd found in the same drawer, and turned away briefly to prepare a new home for them. And when I turned back and picked them up, the photo was gone. From the middle of the stack of the others, like maybe 7 photos in total. I had never seen that photo before, and I haven't seen it since. Glitch in the Matrix. So, for context, I got home from school a few days ago and I was hungry for a snack. I go into the kitchen and I see a little gummy bear on the ground. And these gummy bears are like the multivitamin things, right? That help with the immune system support. We ran out of those weeks ago and we haven't gotten any more. Anyway, I see this gummy bear and I throw it in the trash. The next morning, I walk into the kitchen and I see the same exact gummy bear on the ground in the exact same spot that it was in just the day before. I asked my mom if she had bought more gummy vitamin bears, and she said, and I quote, "No, we haven't bought those in a while." So what is going on? I'm just completely dumbfounded at this point, so I say, "Huh, okay." And I walk away, keeping my confusion to myself. Magically appearing cop glitch. I finally have one fit for the subreddit after lurking for a while. Last night, around 1:30 a.m., my girlfriend and I were hanging out with her 3-month-old son, and she wanted me to run around the corner to the corner gas station, which is an Exxon, to grab us each a drink, so I took her car. Now, mind you, I have my own SUV, but she insisted. Her car is a 2019 Corolla, owned by her, but leased through her brother. Let's call him Joshua. This is important for later. I drive around the corner and then up the main road to the Exxon. I grab the sodas, pay for them with my card, and then I hop back in the car to go back to her place. And for reference, the gas station is at a four-way intersection with a second gas station immediately opposite of it. Well, I get to the edge of the parking lot and signal to turn back towards her place. There was a Prius at the Circle K across the way, getting ready to turn the opposite direction. But after scanning both directions, plus both ends of the four-way, confirming that no one was on the road except for us, me and the Prius, before pulling out onto the main road. After doing that, I proceed down the main road, checking my rear view several times to make sure no one was behind me, and nobody was. It was just me, on the whole road. Well, I make a left onto the short street before the right turn into my girlfriend's apartment complex. I recheck the mirror, nothing, and no one behind me. Now this Corolla is super low to the ground, so lights behind me are immediately noticeable. I check again before I turn into the apartment complex parking lot, and still no one. I proceed into the parking lot, and then I park. I grab the sodas, and I start opening the driver's side door when I hear, "Excuse me, sir." "Sir?" "Local municipality police department." As I'm stepping out, startling the crap out of me, and I whip around to a cop standing there between the Corolla and my SUV, and I notice his patrol car parked and running behind the car, and parked literally just one spot over, as in right where I just drove past and no one was just a half a second ago. I looked right at the spot pulling in. He seemed startled to see me too, in a way which was kind of weird. He didn't have his emergency lights on, but his headlights were. He asks, "Are you Joshua?" And I tell him I'm not. He asks, "Do you know Joshua? And do you have permission to be driving his vehicle?" I say I do, because that's the honest truth. He never asks my name or to see ID or driver's license, which honestly surprised me. I explained that I just went to grab sodas for my girlfriend and I, and he says, "Oh, no, that's totally okay. My boss just wanted us to make contact with people we see leaving gas stations late at night because there's been a lot of thefts and robberies at the ones here in town lately." Which, honestly, I was unaware of. He tells me I'm all good, and then he'll get out of my hair, and then he leaves back to his patrol car. The thing is, though, how in the Frosted Mini Wheats did he see me? And where in the Cinnamon Frosted Mini Wheats did he even come from? I watched carefully the whole way back, and no one was ever behind me or around or in front of me for the entire time. Nor was anyone in any parking lots along the way, and plus, if he had been, I would have seen him pull out behind me. It was like he just literally insta-spawned behind the car in the 2 seconds it took to turn it off and grab the sodas. And I can't get over the fact that he seemed spooked too, like I was. Like he had no clue what he was doing there. I don't know. It was by far the weirdest thing to happen to me in years. I mean, logically, if he had seen me leaving the Exxon, he would have had to have come the same way I did, which didn't happen because I would have seen him. He said he saw me leave the store, but there's literally no rhyme or reason to this encounter, and I just can't make any sense of it. Lost and found. This story happened 15 years ago, but I still can't stop thinking about it. I had this ring. It was a gift. It was one of those rings with a birthstone. Anyway, one day, I realized it was gone, which I found really weird because I had never taken it off, and I was extremely upset because it was a gift, and I'm the type of person who really appreciates gifts, even if it's just a chocolate bar, you know? It's just nice knowing that you're in somebody's mind. Anyway, a few months passed. I was on my way to take a shower, so I took off my shirt, and suddenly, I heard something falling to the floor. And there it was. It was the ring that I lost. That shirt had probably gone through the washing machine dozens of times, so it's impossible that the ring was just stuck on that shirt the entire time. I don't know, it's just weird. What's even weirder, though, is a few days later, I lost it again, and I still haven't found it to this day. I want to read this next story in the third-person perspective. No reason, I just want to see how it feels. Let me know if you like it or not. Haunted Town or Time Warp. Back in 2020, OP experienced something very odd that still lingers in her thoughts today. Whether it was a glitch, something paranormal, or maybe a combination of both remains a mystery. The experience began with her and her ex leaving around 6:45 p.m. They passed through a small town in California, located miles outside of the city in the middle of nowhere. After crossing over a bridge, it seemed like it took hours to reach another town that she enjoyed visiting to stargaze. They were heading to this very small town for a spooky adventure of sorts. The town had such a low population that the population sign was faded and illegible. It was a secluded area with extensive grass fields where farmers worked. They drove on windy roads, and despite relying on memory, she felt disoriented and asked her ex to map the way. The map indicated 9 minutes to the destination, but it felt like 30 minutes had passed. And when they checked again, the map still showed 4 minutes to Grimes, which is the town they were going, and it's a town especially known for spooky occurrences. Those 4 minutes felt like 21. As they approached the town, fields of grass transitioned into small homes with stop signs and street signs. Upon taking the first left, they saw a small dog in the middle of the road. She advised her ex not to approach it, feeling uneasy. But despite this, her ex got out to check the collar for a dog, but the dog snapped at him and ran away, causing other animals to go crazy too. Her ex returned to the car and they continued driving on. After taking a right turn, her ex noticed a possible satanic symbol on a house. This heightened their unease. Weird occurrences began as soon as they reached the town. They took a left turn towards a church where she had previously seen a cat turn into a human-like figure and then disappear. Once parked in front of the church, they both felt an overwhelming sense of unease. 4 people appeared, seemingly walking towards them. As she backed out and drove past them, she realized she couldn't see any of their faces, only blank skin. They then drove to an old friend's abandoned Victorian house, known for its haunted vibe, and parked. Her ex noticed the workshop and watched how her doors were open. They approached the stairs, but she felt something bad and told her ex to stop. Instantly, the car's headlights turned off, only to turn back on when they got back in the car. They drove around town and stopped back at the church again, but this time, they saw things dashing through the dark and a car with its lights on that disappeared without a trace. They also noticed a truck repeatedly driving around as if it was stuck in some sort of loop. She reassured her ex that they were experiencing the same thing. The car radio kept turning on and off as they parked further down the road out of town. They saw signs pointing to nowhere with Morning Star written on them. One sign even said, "Morning Star entrance," with no apparent destination. As they drove back, they saw a car's headlights approaching from the other side of the road, but the lights went out as they neared it. They never passed any car until leaving the next town. And by the time they returned, it was between midnight and 1 a.m. The experience remains unexplained, but it is undeniably haunting. Again, let me know if you like that third-person perspective, if it matters to you at all. I don't know, just trying something a little different. Let's do some more. No explanation for this lost pendant. Last night, I was about to shower and my necklace broke off. In that moment, I grabbed it and I saw the pendant slide off the chain and I saw it fall to the floor. I didn't actually see it land on the floor, but I saw it make its way down and I definitely heard something drop. When I came down to the ground to pick it up, it wasn't anywhere at all. I was facing a corner in my bathroom when this happened, and there's no way that it would have jumped to the sink or anything. Yet, I checked everywhere, even in absurd places that it would never be. I've tried everything and I can't find it. I was hoping this was some kind of disappearing item phenomenon, but I don't know, it hasn't reappeared yet. My mom had just gifted me that pendant the exact same day. It was really expensive, and I want to find it before I see her again. Does anyone have any sort of explanation? This person included an edit to include, "It's been 4 weeks since I've posted this story, and I still haven't found the pendant." Cars keep disappearing. So, I've heard from people that cars keep disappearing from a one-way road. I used to think that this was just their imaginations running amok. But for the past many days, I've been observing cars really, they do disappear. Here's the story. 1. I'm driving on a highway and there's no exit. I saw a car just get onto the highway after me from the side of the road. After 10 seconds, I watched in the mirror and the car is just vanished. I was completely baffled. I couldn't even believe it with my own eyes. It was in broad daylight. I checked and checked, and there's no way that the car could have just disappeared like that. Another time, I was coming to work and it was nighttime. I was driving and there was a car behind me. It was very close, so I sped up. And as I did, I looked back and no car. Here's another time. I was coming home and my elder brother was with me. I saw a car and the headlights were bright and almost flooded the whole road. I drove for a few minutes and then suddenly the road was dark. I thought maybe the car just turned, but when I checked behind me and the maps on my screen, there was no road for the car to turn onto. It just vanished. My older brother also noticed this and he was visibly upset. I was also upset too, and we both didn't say anything because we clearly remember observing the car. This repeated experience with disappearing cars has really made me question whether our world is a simulation. Have you guys seen anything like this, or am I just hallucinating? My experience. Can anyone help me? About 10 years ago, my family and I, there's quite a lot of us, went to a place in Ireland for a weekend vacation. We ended up staying in this place that had a few bedrooms upstairs and one downstairs. My grandparents would take the bedroom downstairs as my granddad was having problems walking up and down stairs. Out of all of my family, I was very close with my granddad as he became kind of like a father figure to me while growing up. Anyway, a day later, I was remembering to grab something upstairs. I think it was my phone charger. Well, I got to the middle of the stairs and I could see inside of the room just opposite me. The bed, the window, and the dresser. There was a figure sitting on the bed looking out the window. It was the back of my granddad. It was 100% him. And I know what the back of my granddad looks like. It had his shirt and his dress pants on, and it was just sitting there, motionless. I spoke to him and I said, "Hey, come downstairs, Granddad. Everyone else is down there." I forgot what I was looking for as I heard my granddad's laughter coming from the living room in that moment. I raced downstairs. There was my granddad, sitting with my whole family, and I asked him, Weren't you just upstairs?" He shook his head and said no. He was in the living room the entire time. I ran back upstairs, and whatever I saw was gone. I miss my granddad. It's been 10 years since he's passed. My experience with my daughter. I've only really told close family this story, seeing as we were all raised Catholic, and at the time this happened, I was very much still practicing. My daughter was about 3 years old when this happened. We had just moved into a new house and she was starting to play with the toys that I had packed and brought that my other daughter had used. She had a collection of toy guns, and my 3-year-old started playing with them. She would run around the house asking where her guns were, and when I told her, she would say, "No, Mommy, my real guns." And I just kind of looked at her and shrugged it off. Then she started telling me that she was a bad man and used to have a lot of guns. She also shared with me that she was shot, and she pointed to her stomach and said, "Mommy, I was shot right here and it really hurt." And it's funny because where she said she was shot, she has a brown birthmark, and she also has one on her thigh as well. She would go into my husband's closet and look at his clothes and say that she had a lot of nice suits and that she wanted my husband to have her nice suits, but she doesn't know where they are. It's all really odd. This went on for about 6 months, and then one day it just kind of stopped. After that, I started doing past life research, and I also stopped practicing Catholicism because that experience was so crazy that I lost my faith in we all go to heaven after life, and other things like that. My daughter completely changed my entire worldview. I think her daughter was a mobster. Missing sidewalk. My husband and I live in a pretty walkable small town and like to take walks in the evening. We also will walk into the town square for special events and festivals, and we always follow the same path, or at least close to the same. There's one section of the walk where there's a huge oak tree growing between the road and the sidewalk. The roots have torn up the sidewalk and made it super jagged. The first few times, I almost tripped while walking on it. Now, we always step off the sidewalk, go around the tree on the road, and get back on the sidewalk on the other side. We've done this walk dozens of times. We went on vacation and haven't taken our walks in about 2 or maybe 3 weeks, but today we started up again. We get to the big oak tree, and I step into the road to go around. My husband asks me what I'm doing, and I remind him about the torn up sidewalk. He asks me what I'm talking about, so I step over and I go to show him, but there's no sidewalk. The sidewalk ends neatly before the tree begins and doesn't resume until about maybe 500 feet on the other side of the intersection. There's mature grass, there's snow and leaves, but no signs of sidewalk or a sidewalk that's been recently removed. I say that I remember there being a torn up section of sidewalk in this spot and that it continued all the way up to the street. My husband swears that there never has been. He swears it's always just ended right there. Now I feel insane. We've walked that path hundreds of times over the past few years, and it's one of the largest trees in town, so there's no mistaking it for a different street. It's also right by our house. What do you think was going on there? Anyone feel like they've shifted to a parallel universe recently? On or around the night of April 18th, I believe I shifted universes. I bought these candlestick holders and I placed them upside down on my fireplace. I noted to myself that it was silly to place them with the holder side down, but it wasn't doing any harm, so I left them like that. I woke up the next morning and they were right side up, and there was nobody around to move them. I go to my brother's house the night of the 19th, and he, out of the blue, says he feels like he shifted realities the night before because of a discrepancy with his recollection of food packaging. Neither of us ever really feel like this, and it was crazy that we both found evidence of potentially shifting around the same time. I'm wondering if anyone else felt that way around that time too, or honestly just in general. I found more evidence today with a syrup bottle that I used before the shift, and now it's sealed back up again. It's a little freaky. Do you have any advice? Can you offer any solidarity? Thanks. Jumped reality. This happened in July or maybe August of 2022. I was driving from my house to town with my daughter. She was around 2 years old at the time. She was in her car seat in the back of the passenger side, and I, of course, was driving. We were heading east under an intersection. I was in the right lane and I stopped because the light was red. We waited, and when the light turned green, I hit the gas and started to go. But as I drove under the light, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a white car running its red light and coming straight for us. It felt like time had slowed down. My stomach dropped to my knees and my heart raced. I remember looking back at my daughter in those seconds, and the only thought in my head was, they're going to kill my baby. I knew she would take most of the impact on her side, and there was nothing I could do except pray that we just make it out alive. Then, it was like I blinked, and suddenly we were under the light with no car at the intersection that could have hit us. I have no idea what happened, but I'm grateful for whatever that was. My comb vanished in my hand. Y'all, I'm freaking out. I was in the bathroom less than an hour ago, getting ready for the day, and I was combing my bangs. I often put my right hand holding the comb down to my side, while I use my left hand to style parts of my hair. Once I felt finished with my hair, I pulled my right hand up to put the comb in the medicine/mirror cabinet, and I caught the lip of the sink counter on the way up. The comb hit the lip. I heard and felt it, and then my fingers hit it next. Immediately, I noticed my hand was empty. I didn't hear anything hit the floor, but it probably just fell. I glance at the ground and I don't see a comb. I look a little longer, checking behind the door, under the sink, behind the toilet, and nothing. I turned on my flashlight and pulled every item in the cabinet out. Nothing. I checked the medicine cabinet to see if I placed it in there somehow, but still, nothing. I checked inside the cabinet doors themselves, like even within the hinges. I checked under and behind every object in the room, and I even went out into the hallway, and the comb just isn't anywhere. I've never felt scared losing something before. I mean, usually I can attribute losing something to odd chance, but this is bizarre. I came to my computer and searched "something vanished in my hand," and I found this subreddit, and it seems like the best place to share this moment because I'm so confused. Did I slip into a different world? I was at school when a girl I barely knew approached me and started talking in an overly familiar manner. I didn't question it, really, because I just thought she was hitting on me, but eventually she said that she missed hanging out with me and Ryan. Ryan was a friend of mine, but not the kind of friend who I hung out with, and I certainly never hung out with this girl. She was a year below me, so she didn't know me from any classes, and as not to sound rude, I just went along with it as she recounted all of the dinner breaks that we'd spent together as a trio. But again, this simply didn't happen. Long story short, we ended up in a short relationship, but found out we weren't really compatible, so we parted ways. During this relationship, I did decide to ask her if pretending to know me was her way of flirting, but she got quite offended at this. Here's another story from the same person. 2 years later, I'm walking down the street, and a girl stops me and is over the moon to see me. I have no clue who this is, but she knows my name, and just to be polite, I ask her how she's been and all that. She says that we have to catch up sometime and that I should add her on Facebook. A couple of weeks later, I see her again, and she asks why I haven't added her on Facebook yet. I play it cool, asking why she didn't add me first. It's because she couldn't find me, which actually does make sense because I took my stepdad's name earlier that year. So I took a gamble and said that I couldn't spell her name, hoping that it wasn't Kimberly Smith or something. Luckily, her name was kind of hard to spell, so she writes it down for me. We meet up, and she starts reminiscing about the times that we spent together, and just like the first girl that I mentioned in my first story, we were apparently a trio with another minor friend. I asked this friend, Haley, about her, and she confirmed that they were inseparable friends and found it hilarious that I couldn't remember her at all. But I always considered Haley to be a bit of a loner, so that surprised me. In conclusion, I've had 2 girls both claiming we were close friends, and I remember neither of them. Have I slipped realities, or is this just a strange way of hitting on someone? It's worth noting that I'm an introvert, so I don't know how I seem to have made such an impression on these complete strangers, and I'm quite the loner. I'm unlikely to forget people who are friendly towards me. I also want to point out that I'm not a believer in glitches. I mean, I love to read them, but I mainly ponder on how they could be real. phone screen uncracked itself overnight. Yesterday, my phone wouldn't charge and I accidentally dropped it. The screen had a large crack right across the middle from one side to the other. I could feel it under my fingers as a different texture in the screen, and I could see it easily in any lighting. I woke up today and the crack is healed. I can't find this crack at all. And I've already ordered a new phone because this one has other issues, but I can't feel it with my fingers or even see it in any lighting at all anymore. I'm vaguely hoping someone has a scientific explanation. Maybe the grease on my phone screen from my hands smoothed out the crack? I don't know, man. Can glass just recombine spontaneously under the right conditions? I've never seen this before, and I can't figure it out. Lost and found glitch. I lurk on here and enjoy the glitches, but I learned something here the other day and I just wanted to share how it worked out. My dog has a squeaky toy bone. It's pink. It's her favorite thing in the world and she takes it everywhere and it's rarely out of her sight. We were playing night before last and I threw it in the bedroom where she apparently couldn't find it, so I went in to grab it for her. But it was nowhere. I tore that room apart, and my dog was searching through everything, but we never found it. Hours later, and my girl is depressed and she refuses to play with any other toy. That's when I remembered reading on here how people ask the universe or ask the house elves to return a lost object. So I did. I respectfully asked that if they were done playing with it themselves, if they could please return it because I had a very unhappy pup who missed it. A couple of hours later, we were coming back inside from our walk, and I happened to look down at a basket on the floor where I keep random stuff, and guess what was in there? The squeaky pink bone that my dog loves to play with. I just can't figure out how it ended up across the house from where I actually threw it. I did remember to thank them right away, and I praised them for being kind because I really want this to continue working. I also wanted to thank this subreddit because I never would have asked otherwise, and I would still have a sad dog. The subreddit is out here changing lives, man. I've got another UFO story for you. I put one in the last video, but I still want some more feedback, man. If you like these UFO stories, I may do a whole video, or I may just sprinkle them in here, because why not? Anyway, here it goes. My friend and I saw a UFO. This happened in February of 2020. I live in the central Arkansas area, just for reference. My buddy's grandparents own some farmland about 15 to 20 minutes outside of our town, and we would regularly spend the night out there on weekends with some of our other friends, making a fire, drinking, you get it. This particular weekend, it was just him and me. It was pretty dark by the time we got there, but it was the standard fare. We had decided to set up a fire on the dirt path that ran from my friend's grandparents' house through their field to the woods. We built the fire closer to the middle of the field. Not long after we get the fire started, we sit down and we get some music going and crack open our first beers. He turns off the music and notices something in the sky behind me. My back was facing the woods, and I turn around and I look. There was a bright light in the sky just above the tree line. I wasn't too weirded out by this, and I guess neither was he. However, I'd never seen a star that bright before. I opened up this Stargazer app on my phone that I had for forever, thinking that we were close to a planet. But before I could even point my phone in that direction, the star moved. At this point, we both froze. The light moved quickly and smoothly to the right without any bobs or weaves and was utterly silent. I noticed that the light was coming from some kind of flying vehicle and was actually much closer than we thought. It was probably 300 to 400 feet away, flying above the woods. This thing was also fast. Too fast to move that quietly without making some sort of noise. It was dark, and I couldn't make out what exactly the vehicle was, and the bright light emitting from its side sort of obscured any kind of look anyway. It moved perfectly parallel with the tree line, just right above it, and it seemed like it had left when it noticed that we had noticed it. We continued watching as this UFO just quickly and quietly moved on in a straight line until it was beyond our sight just a few seconds later. We sort of just looked at each other like, what in the Count Chocula was that? And we began to discuss what we saw, sort of in hushed tones like we were dreaming or something. 20 minutes or so later, we hear a noise coming from the sky, and we see two loud-ass planes flying side by side, going exactly the direction that this UFO had gone just moments ago. At this point, we started to think that it was a military drone of some kind, and we didn't see or hear anything else for the rest of the night. I still think about it every now and then and decided to post this looking for some opinions. So, what do you think it could have been? I was never there before. I had never in my life been to Universal, but when I was planning our dual vacation to Disney and Universal, my kids kept asking me what rides were at Disney because I had been there before, and I told them every single ride and every detail that I could remember. The Mummy, Men in Black, The Simpsons, you get it. Only to realize that not one of those rides were Disney rides. My explanation was, well, maybe Disney used to own them. I know, that's stupid, but, whatever gets me through the day. Well, we go on our trip and go to Men in Black, and we're waiting in line, and I can tell my husband everything that's going to happen right before it does happen. It's like I remembered a script. Same thing is happening on all the other rides as well. However, it doesn't happen on the newer rides like the Harry Potter rides. I called my mom and I asked her again while we were there if we had ever been there before, and she again said no. I'm 38 years old and I would have definitely remembered, but I kept asking, and it feels wrong, but I feel like I'm being lied to. But I also know for a fact that I've never been to Universal, and I've never been on those rides prior. I've never watched any videos of the rides either. Has anyone else ever had this happen? Blue fireflies. I recently came across this sub and felt this to be the perfect place to share an unexplainable experience. Perhaps someone will be able to relate or tell me how this happened. When I was in high school, a small group of friends and I were doing a sleepover in her backyard. We were laying on the trampoline with sleeping bags. One of us points out that there are fireflies, except instead of yellow or green flashing lights, they're blue. And instead of being able to catch the insect, the blue light flashes and the firefly seemingly disappear because we could never catch one in our hands. We notice the blue fireflies are bunched close together and moving together in a single direction. Even though it was 11 p.m. or so, We followed them out of the backyard, down the street, into a park. Only somehow, none of us remembered actually following them until we all realized we were at the park and the blue flashing lights had stopped. We all kind of got tears in our eyes and were shaking because we couldn't believe how we would be so compelled to follow these lights and coming to the realization of what just happened. There was no drinking or drugs involved that night, and it never happened again. But I do think of this experience whenever I see real fireflies. Another minor glitch. This is just a funny coincidence rather than a proper glitch, but years ago, studying late at my university library, I was very bored and also extremely unexcited at the prospect of going back to my apartment, going to bed, and doing more of the same the next day. I remember thinking that I really wished one of my old school friends, who at the time was studying somewhere else several hundred miles away, was there, because I remember having so much fun with them. I packed up my stuff and left to go home, and there, standing outside the library entrance, was that friend. He'd come to this major city that I was in for reasons that I now forget. It might have just been on a whim to visit, or maybe he was passing through, I really don't remember. And he called me at my apartment. My flatmate told him that she thought I was studying at the library, so he went there and waited for me to come out. Right as I was wishing he would show up, he was outside, just a few meters away. We proceeded to have an amazingly fun night. Some guy walking down my street just vanished. I'm a bit creeped out at the moment. I just looked out my front window for a mail truck I thought I heard to see if he put something in my box. I saw a young man, medium build, short black hair with a mustache and goatee combo, kind of looked mid-eastern maybe, walking along, about to go past my house at a pretty decent pace, at my neighbor's driveway almost. But I opened the door to check not 15 seconds later, and now he's nowhere to be found. I have a good view in all directions once I step onto the porch. He didn't double back and reverse direction, and he never went past my house either. The only place he could have possibly gone was very quickly into my next door neighbor's house before I opened my front door. I've never seen him before, and he definitely doesn't live next door. But I know I saw him, and I'm not impaired in any way. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this? Huge truck in a tiny parking lot just disappeared. So there's this tiny strip mall nearby. I'm not sure if it's technically a strip mall, but it's very small. It's like a row of 3 businesses, a pizzeria, a laundromat, and a Chinese takeout spot, surrounded by a very small parking lot. It's right off of a main and busy road. I'd pulled into a parking spot in order to turn around and go the opposite way that I came from on the busy road. I had 3 of my kids with me, the oldest being around 19 at the time, and he was sitting in the front passenger seat. I was ready to back out of the parking spot, so I looked to the right to check if there were any cars coming, and there was this huge truck, like one of those big Mack delivery trucks. I then looked to my left, hoping no cars were coming into the parking lot from that way, because it would definitely cause this mini traffic jam. I didn't see anyone coming from the left, so I immediately looked back to the right again, and the truck is gone. I looked around, thinking maybe it continued on behind me and I just missed it. But as I was turning my head, I didn't see any truck anywhere in sight. I looked at my oldest and I asked him if he had seen the truck to make sure that I wasn't imagining it or something, and he said that he had seen it and asked what the heck just happened. I don't know, I just sat there for a minute in shock and confusion, really. I realized then that it would have actually been impossible for this truck to be coming around the corner of the building like it appeared to be doing, because the parking lot is so small and so narrow. Even regular pickup trucks and SUVs barely fit. Which I know because I've had plenty of vehicle rentals over the years and have eaten from those two food spots more times than I can count, as well as using the laundromat regularly at one point when my washer broke down on me. This was the first time something so obvious just disappeared on me, and there was someone else with me to witness it. This was 3 or 4 years ago, but it still randomly pops into my head pretty often. I think because of how shocking it was to experience. Lights turn on after I notice they're off. Imagine the following scenario. You're walking down a city street at night and come to an intersection. Up ahead looks normal, as does the street to your left, but upon looking to your right, you realize that one of the streetlights further down isn't on. And that's odd. Not only is that one light off, but the space beneath that streetlight is fully dark, as if the two other working lights around it were somehow blocked from adding their own dim glow to the space between. As soon as you realize that fact consciously, that one light is suddenly on, as if some invisible hand hit an off-screen light switch, and what was dark is now fully lit like its surroundings. This scenario has happened to me many, many times over the course of my life, and it's not just streetlights. I've seen car headlights do this, entire storefronts do this, and one time, a mall's headmast sign, like the big-ass sign next to the freeway. The best way I can describe it is like if a video game is trying to load in effects and somehow forgot to load the light for one particular source until I noticed it, in which case, bam, it's now working. In real time, I'd say this whole effect, end to end, takes basically 1 second, from me noticing the missing light to the light suddenly being on. The only reason I know it was off and that I'm not just imagining things is A, I noticed the darkness / missing luminescence in a particular area that is now somehow bright, and I can fully describe it to you. And B, it's happened so many times throughout my life. Has anyone else ever experienced this? Time missing. A few years ago, a friend and I had drove out to meet up with some other people at a bar about an hour away from home. I didn't drink too much because I was the driver, and we eventually left the city to head home, and I remember checking a text at one point not long after leaving. Next thing I know, we're going off the road in a curve. I was able to correct it and got back on the path with no problem. I checked my phone again, wondering what the F, and I saw that the text I had last looked at was 45 minutes prior. So, for all that while, neither me nor my friend have any recollection of that span of time. And we both came to only while going off-road way later. Not sure what happened that night. Aliens? Glitch in the Matrix? I'm not sure what to think, and it still confuses me and my buddy to this day. disappearing banana. So, weird things keep happening pretty frequently lately. Nobody believed me for a while, but my husband has been starting to notice things too. Just last night, I was up late doing some work in my office on the opposite side of the house as our bedroom when he texted me from bed telling me to stop jiving by the bedroom door. I was not, in fact, jiving. The kids were all asleep and the dog was with me. I'm having trouble remembering the specific details of each incident recently, so I'm going to try to post them as they happen. This one will be short. My toddler was eating a banana, and as he got near the end, he dropped a little piece as he was pulling the last little bit from the peel. He always refuses to eat that last bite, so like usual, I told him to give it to the dog. I was about to tell him to pick up the piece he dropped right as he stepped on it. I stopped him and had him lift his foot up so I could get the piece of banana off the bottom of his slipper. But there was no banana there. Nothing on the floor either. My daughter saw all of it happen, which I know because she exclaimed, "What? Where'd the banana go?" So I know I wasn't mistaken or imagining anything. Where the heck did that piece of banana go? A parcel that was never there. What I'm about to share just happened a few minutes before writing this post, and I swear it's true. I was told to pick up a parcel on our apartment mailbox before going home. As I was about to pick up the parcel, our mailbox didn't contain anything other than an envelope for our electricity bill. After getting the bill, I put my hand inside the box to thoroughly check if I missed it, because the parcel might have been small. After confirming that there was nothing left inside the mailbox, I then proceeded to call my girlfriend to tell her that the parcel was not left in the mailbox. I then talked to the security guard on duty to confirm if there was a parcel left under our name, and he told me to just double check. So I did. But when I got back, the parcel was there, right by the door of the mailbox. And it's not small, after all, it's a plastic t-shirt, which would not be missed by my hand while checking the first time. After that, I started getting goosebumps, and I realized that it was very weird for that to happen. 1, nobody might have put it back since I'm just a few feet away from the mailbox. 2, the mailbox is 5 inches tall and 5 inches wide, which by touching the back wall means you've reached everything there is to reach. And 3, the item is fitted in there so that you need to exert a little bit of force to get it out. I don't know what happened. If anyone's experienced the same, please share, because I'm thinking of some supernatural occurrence aside from it being a glitch in the Matrix.